Monday, August 6, 2026. This is the Committee on Education. For those who've never been, welcome to Philadelphia City Council. I now know that the hour has come. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll to take attendance? Members that are present will communicate they're present by saying aye. We can't hear you. You got to speak it to the mic. Please cut the mic on.
Vice Chair Anthony Phillips.
Present.
Members, Councilmember Esquilla. Councilmember Gautier. Councilmember Lozada. Councilmember Ahmad. Councilmember Brooks. And Chair Thomas.
Present. A quorum of the committee is present. This hearing is now called to order. This is a public hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of Education on resolution number. Hold on. I'm sorry. We'll freeze for a second.
2 6 This is the right one. This one. 2 6
Apologize for the confusion. Madam Clerk, this is a public hearing of the Committee of Education on resolution number 260616. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the hearing resolution to be heard today?
260617, authorizing the Committee on Education to hold hearings examining preschool pushout, the practice of suspension, expulsion, and informal methods of exclusion on our youngest learners, to provide a space to hear stories from impacted families and identify solutions to ensure a bright future for all of our young people. 260647, authorizing the Committee on Education to hold hearings examining the accessibility and equity of algebra education curriculum in Philadelphia schools and the impact this has on accessibility to special admission high schools.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Both of these issues are issues that were presented by advocacy groups and the general public. And so today's hearing is a direct response from what we heard from constituents and organizations across the city of Philadelphia as it relates to concerns in the space of public education, issues that they felt like we should bring to the forefront. And hopefully today we can explore these problems and discuss tangible solutions as it relates to what we can do to address both problems. We're doing it now in the summertime because we know once we come back to school in September, there will be a lot of issues as it relates to young people transitioning to school, extracurricular activities, and of course, there's no secret that we're going to continue to advocate against the current facilities plan. That's a big issue for us, and we want to make sure that the dialogue that we're having today doesn't get swept under the rug because other issues that we know we'll be dealing with once school starts. So I want to say thank you to everybody for being here in August. A special thank you to my colleagues on the Education Committee that's here today. And I want to take a moment to open it up to anybody on the committee who has any remarks before we call up the first panel. Chair recognizes Councilmember Ahmad.
Thank you, Chair Thomas, and thank you for bringing these resolutions forward. To all the parents, providers, advocates testifying today, you've been working long and hard in this space, and we see that work, and we are so very grateful. The two items that we're discussing today may look unrelated. One deals with 3- and 4-year-olds, and the other with 8th graders. I see them as the same story, told at 2 ages, a continuum. Both are about children being pushed out of opportunity or locked out of it before they've even had a fair chance to show what they can do. This morning, we'll hear from all of you, parents who will tell us who their children really are and what happened to them anyways. None of these children were formally expelled. They were scheduled out, turned away on the first day, or told they were no longer a good fit. Researchers call this informal removal. Families call it being pushed out. The pattern is not random. Preschoolers are excluded at rates several times higher than K through 12. The burden falls hardest on Black children and children with disabilities, and research is clear. These gaps are not explained by behavior. Worse, Pennsylvania has no system of tracking exclusion in early childhood settings, so most of it never happens in any record. What we do not count, we cannot fix. As chair of the Committee on Public Health and Human Services, I treat early exclusion as a health issue because it is one. It is an adverse childhood experience we impose through policy. This city has also proven the problem is solvable. PHL pre-K contracts bar providers from expelling a child or quietly shortening a child's day, and pair that rule with coaching, mental health, consultation, and family navigators. That is the right standard. My questions are about reach. What happens to children outside those seats? And even in those seats, how specific are we? And are those things actually happening? And especially talking about small programs who are asked to do more each year with nothing more to do it with. So we understand it's a resource issue. And then on algebra, I speak as a scientist. 8th grade algebra is a gateway to calculus, STEM careers, family-sustaining wages. Yet, access tracks neighborhood income, and our most selective high school requires the course for admission. Students are screened out by their school's course catalog, not their ability. Our STEM advocates are right that access without preparation is not enough. So I want to hear about teacher capacity, tutoring, family awareness, and a timeline for reaching every student who is ready. And so my questions today will be focusing on data, due process for families, resources for providers, and timelines for access. Thank you, Chair. I yield my time back.
I'm sorry, folks. Give us 5 minutes. We have to pause the hearing. Sorry about this. 5 minutes. Folks, I apologize for the delay. We're just having some technical issues, and we don't want to violate any laws. So if you could just give us another 2 minutes, let us clear up some of the technical issues that we have, and we will definitely resume the hearing. 2 minutes. Folks, we are probably about a minute away from being able to start back up. As we prepare for us starting back up, a couple things. I know that there are some child care providers who are here that want to testify. Let me get a volunteer. If you have a time restraint to your ability to be here today, can you make sure that you see Faith? Faith, raise your hand. If you can see Faith and let Faith know that you have any type of time restraints and time commitments, that will help us so we can make sure that the technical issues that we're dealing with doesn't force folks to have to leave. So just again, another minute or two, and once we get the live broadcast back up, we'll be ready to get started again. Y'all ready? Good morning again. I apologize for the delay. Welcome back to the Committee on Education. Again, today is Thursday, August 6th. We apologize for the delay, for technical difficulties. We've already established a quorum, and I've given brief remarks, and I think now we're ready to jump into our dialogue for today. Madam Clerk, would you please call the first panel to testify as it relates to the first resolution being heard in today's hearing? We can.
We will first hear from Jennifer Garrison and Tamina Fannings, followed by Sean Perkins.
Say the names one more time, Madam Clerk.
Jennifer Garrison and Tamina Fannings.
Please make your way to the front.
Ms. T.
Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Good morning, Councilmember Thomas and members of the council. My name is Jennifer Garrison.
He's fine. What is the big deal? Ma'am, you may proceed with your testimony.
My name is Jennifer Garrison, and I am the mother of a 4-year-old autistic child named Terrell, who we also call Chuck. Terrell is one of the sweetest, brightest, and most loving little boys you could ever meet. His smile lights up a room. He loves to sing, play instruments, especially the guitar, dancing in the mirror, climbing at the playground, snuggling with his dad and I, giving hugs and kisses. He loves to hug and he loves to kiss. Terrell has been receiving therapy since 18 months old, and every provider describes him as persistent, determined, hardworking, and a joy to work with. He pushes through tasks even when they challenge him, and he remains loving, gentle, and full of energy. This is a child I entrusted to preschool, a child deserving of safety, care, and understanding. What we experienced was the opposite. Terrell has significant feeding difficulties and relies on support to eat, which the school did not provide. At school meals and snack time, he shut down and stopped eating altogether. If therapists weren't present, he simply didn't eat. As a nonverbal child, Terrell depends heavily on his AAC device to communicate essential needs such as hunger, thirst, discomfort, or help. Yet the device was routinely left inside the classroom while Terrell spent hours outside on the playground. Without his AAC device, my son had no voice. Entire days passed where he went without food, water, or communication access. When I picked Terrell up, he was extremely hungry and thirsty almost every single day. The school did not implement his IEP and suggested a restricted schedule. There was a disregard for his needs, which ultimately amounted to an indirect expulsion. These suggestions were never about what was best for Terrell. It was simply about what was easiest for them. The impact on my son has been devastating. He experienced regression, emotional shutdown, a loss of trust in school routines. He spent days hungry, thirsty, overwhelmed, and unable to communicate. For his father and I, the emotional toll has been overwhelming. We are dedicated parents who advocate daily, communicate constantly, and do everything in our power to support him, yet the school still failed him. As a Black parent of a child with disabilities, there is an added layer of concern that behaviors or needs associated with autism may be misunderstood or responded to differently. Families of color often have to work harder to advocate for the same supports and assumptions about parenting, discipline, or behavior, or behavior can influence how or behavior can influence how situations are handled. When those dynamics intersect with disability, they can create additional barriers to receive understanding, patience, and appropriate accommodations. While each situation is unique, it is important to acknowledge that race shapes how families experience systems that were not originally designed with equity in mind. I'm not sharing this for sympathy. I'm sharing because no autistic child should be ignored, ever. They shouldn't be silenced, left hungry, denied communication access, unsupported, or quietly pushed out of a school because their needs required effort. I'm speaking up to protect children like my son and to advocate for accountability, training, and meaningful inclusion. Thank you.
State your name for the record. You may begin with your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Tanima Fannings. I am the owner and operator of Christ-like Child Care Center. Okay, everyone. So I'm here today to testify on behalf of my over 25 years of experience in education. I'm born and raised here in Philadelphia. I have a degree in elementary and early childhood education from Temple University. After teaching for the school district for several years, I opened up my family child care center. And it's my testimony today that what is being asked of child care providers is fair, but no support or resources makes it impossible. For family child care providers such as myself, it is 1 person to 6 children. It is a highly regulated and demanding field, and I do it sheerly for the love. Many of the people in here, I've provided care for people in council, Philadelphia Eagles, people on subsidy assistance. I've had a gambit of children in my care, but it is hard to ask of me to do all of these things to address the needs of kids with physical disabilities, mental issues, challenges, behavior problems without resources. I am only 1 person. I am highly regulated. I have 17 clearances. I have to do a lot, not only for the business aspect, but for the health and wealth and safety of children. Someone cannot continue to sit in a room and demand of me all of these obligations without the resources. If you want to help me with my BERT taxes. That's about to put me out of business. You want me to keep kids in my daycare center? Keep my daycare center in business. You want me to support families and be a resource? Be a resource for me. Do not continue to ask me to meet these high standards and give me no support. I completely agree with this mom. It is not easy, and no child should be left unattended or not given the needs they have. But people cannot just sit in rooms and make rules and walk away from the results with no obligation to it. And so that is my testimony, and I thank you for hearing me this morning.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you both for your testimony. We appreciate it. We went out of order a little bit because we wanted to give the child care providers an opportunity to testify. Clearly, they have children to tend to. And so thank you all for sharing your story. Are there any questions for members of the committee for this particular panel? Sure. Chair recognizes Council Member Minority Leader Kendra Brooks.
Thank you. Thank you. My first question is for Shandell. Jennifer.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I put the wrong check next to the wrong name. Okay.
Can you
Jennifer.
move to the mic a little bit?
Huh?
Can you move to the mic so we can hear you?
Sure, I'm gonna move
Thank
the
you.
mic to me. Okay, so my question is, when it happened to you, what supports were there available, and was there a centralized location where you could go and find out what to do next? Like, was there a place you can go to say that the child care provider needed resources, and how can you get them? Or what type of services could you apply for to help support your child in this situation? Or like, what are the next steps? Were you just left high and dry? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
As far as in the school, it was kind of like high and dry. I did start to do a little bit of research, which is then I found the Education Law Center, and there they were able to provide me with, everything that I needed resources. This is my first child, so everything was just like I had to dig to find what
You
it
had
is
to
that I
dig
needed.
and try to find that information.
Yeah.
And then for you, Ms. T, if you were in the same situation, do you know where to get the resources that you need to support a family?
That's a
Before
great,
expulsion or suspension? Like when it gets to that point, do you have a point of contact to say, this parent needs support, how can I assist them? Because I don't have the capacity to manage the behaviors. Do we have that here?
that's a great question. There is absolutely no one singular place, company, or organizations that addresses this. Often as a business owner, it's not until you make a mistake that everybody says, oh, you could have did this, you could have did that. There is no one place that gives us training that's not free or that's legally accepted. I have to find out my own training. I have to find the resources and the support to support my parents, and yet I'm supposed to provide family engagement and resources. If it's my job to provide all of these things, then provide it for me or give me a place to go where I can pull it and provide for her. If I did not have a degree, I would not know how to do an IEP. Everybody in childcare does not have the same experience or education. Even with the CDA, it does not train you to handle IEPs, children.
IEP, CDA, God give us the acronym.
Okay.
Everybody's
sorry.
not.
So a CDA is a training someone can get to work in childcare. I'm sorry, I don't know the name for it because I don't have it because I have a degree. But an IEP is an individualized assessment plan, I believe is the word. Educational plan for children who have needs that need to be specifically met, and there's a plan of how you're supposed to address that. Often for those plans, they want their providers or their teachers to sit in on that plan to give advice and help provide resources to make this possible. But if I am working and I have one child and I have 5 children enrolled in my facility, and one child has a plan, how am I supposed to leave the 5 children to go to one child's meeting? How am I supposed to provide all these resources for one, and then I'm not providing the basic care for the 5? So my answer to you, there is no place for us to go. We have to forge for ourselves. And then if we don't, or something like this bad happens, then it's like, oh, that horrible child care center. No, we're quality. There is a system that doesn't exist to help us support in all these demands that y'all ask of us.
So my one question, with ELRC, a lot of your trainings come through them, am I correct? Or no?
No.
They just provide funding, not
The
training.
ELRC basically pays child care centers through the state for providing subsidy. They have meetings that we can sit in on. They don't offer any training. You have to go to PA Keys or find other companies and find the training for yourself. There is no one place where educators can go to get trained. As a former teacher, the school district provided that training. As a small business owner, I have to find it, make sure it's valuable, and hopefully it's addressing the concerns that I need.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you all for your testimony. Jennifer, thank you for being courageous to come here today. You're speaking on behalf of a lot of families in the city of Philadelphia, so we thank you. I just have a quick question for correct me if I say it wrong, Hydria?
No, she's not.
No,
Tanima
Saneem.
Fannings, Christ-like Child Care Center. Miss
Okay.
T.
Order is messed
Oh,
up.
Miss T.
Miss T.
Okay, Miss T. Okay, Miss T. If you as a provider if you know from the outset that it may not have the staffing or specialized services or resources to adequately support a child like Ms. Garrison's, what factors are considered in deciding to enroll the child?
So for my child care facility, we have an intense interview process because we have limitations, and that is unfortunate to say. I have the skill, I have the temperament, I have the resources to address many problems. I just can't because I have to consider all my kids. So for my facility, we interview first, we do tours, and we ask for a 1-hour play date so that I make sure I can fairly disperse myself amongst the kids. It must be a yes between not only the child care provider, but also the parent. And that's what I ask all parents to do. Don't just check me out, check other places, because Child Care Center is like a fingerprint. We handle the micro communities of the city of Philadelphia. And so my facility, it changes, it's morphs based upon the needs of the kids and the families I serve.
Have you been in a situation where after that 1 hour play day interview that you find out later that this is a child that you probably can't service anymore, and now you're in a position where you have to, like, is there ways to prevent that from happening?
The way to prevent that from happening is having resources. If I had another staff member, if I had one-on-one for that child that might be having some behavioral issues, then I can address it, but otherwise, no. There is no way that one person can properly care for 6 different children, 6 different households, meet all the state requirements, the city obligations, educational, emotional, social needs, business needs, and do a great job.
So normally, once you find that information out, is it an immediate, like, we can't work with this student, or you get a parent at some time?
For me, we usually do a 2-step interview process, and by the second interview, we have that conversation and be honest about.
No, I'm saying once they're in your daycare and you find that out, how long?
Oh, I've had that as well. So I have a plan of, we constantly do observations. Within first 30 days, I have to do an observation. I interact with the parents daily. We take report cards on behavior, conversations, interacting with the family. And if there's a problem, we try to mitigate it over 30 to 60 days. If we don't see that we can move the needle in that area, I have to go back to that parent and apologize and say, I'm not able to address the concerns your child have in a way that keeps all my other children concerned. Right. I've had children bite.
And then it's immediate removal after you find that out?
It is not an immediate removal,
okay.
No. It is a mediation, it's a working between parents. We call ourselves sometimes co-parents. We're working, we're figuring this out together because there is no set standard for this.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think that's the important thing, and why we're here today is there's no set standard for this. So I want to,
Question for Ms. T.
can we move on to the next panel, please?
Okay, but I just wanted to know, is her size limited because of what she wants it to be?
Can we cut the mic on?
I'm sorry, I'll be very quick. You are a single operator for your business, you have nobody else?
I'm a home-based child care provider,
So, okay.
which means that the ratio is 1 person to 6
6.
children, group is 2 to 12, and center is up to 166.
And you're a PHL pre-K?
I am certified, yes, all of those.
So that's where the support could have come from if you were to say, I can do more than this, or in my 6 ratio, I need support. That's where you would have gone.
Absolutely. I
Okay.
would get it from the ELRC or a set place that provides that resource for us. But since there is none, I'm left on my own and I'm left to turn parents away or disenroll kids.
All right, thank you.
You're
Chair.
welcome.
Thank you. Can we call the next panel, please?
We're done?
Sean
Thank you.
Perkins and Diane Castelbono.
Please state your name for the record, and you may begin your testimony.
Good morning. My name is Sean Perkins. I am the Chief of Early Childhood Education with the City's Office of Children and Families. Good morning, Chairman Thomas and members of the committee. My name is Sean Perkins with the City's Office of Children and Families, here to testify in response to Resolution Number 260617. As the Chief of Early Childhood Education, I oversee the city's investment in high-quality free full-day preschool under the PHL pre-K program. It aims to support Philadelphia's children who are 3 or 4 years old prepare for kindergarten and elementary school. Since the PHL pre-K program's inception in the 2016-17 school year, over 40,000 preschool-age children have been served at over 250 locations. In that first year, the city funded 2,000 seats at 88 locations. Now, for this upcoming 26-27 school year, we will have 5,350 seats available at over 235 locations, which is an increase of over 167% since the program started. While this expansion effort is both historical and remarkable, It is equally impressive to share that the number of high-quality seats offered has gone from 56% in year one to now more than 95% of our seats. Last year, our seats had a 95% enrollment rate, which means almost 5,000 3- and 4-year-olds were funded by the city in high-quality early learning programs. Each year, we collect demographic information from our families attending PHL pre-K programs, and what we know from their self-reporting is that over 80% identify as children of color, over 70% are in homes with an income under 200% of the federal poverty level, which for a family of 4 is under $60,000. 13% speak a primary language other than English. 10% have an individualized education program, IEP, and or an individualized family service plan, an IFSP. As our city has expanded access to high-quality early learning, children are now in more structured environments where trained adults can identify developmental and behavioral needs early, before kindergarten. In the PHL pre-K program, each classroom is required to conduct a developmental and behavior screen of a child within the first 30 to 45 days. We are encouraged by this committee's hearing, as we know from research that preschool pushout has longstanding racial and socioeconomic disparities. Philadelphia's investment in PHL pre-K is intentionally designed to counteract those inequities. Now entering its 10th year, the PHL pre-K program has held firm on its commitment of serving any and all children who enroll. Each center that receives PHL pre-K funding is under a contractual obligation to meet this requirement, as they are not permitted to suspend, expel, or remove any enrolled child. For example, providers are not permitted to exclude a child from the classroom, whether by placing them in another part of the building or excluding a child from the building. They cannot send a child home early or limit the number of hours per day they can attend. And providers are not allowed to unenroll a child because they are, quote, not a good fit with the program. In some cases, this commitment has been challenging for providers, which is why we have added additional measures to identify and fast-track the necessary services for children exhibiting exceptional needs. This effort is largely led by our Spark Quality Support Center and our administrative intermediary. They provide coaching, professional development, and technical assistance to all PHL pre-K teachers, which includes positive behavior support training. They hire early childhood mental health consultants and family navigators to provide immediate support once an early learning center says it needs help with a child. They offer paid summer professional training sessions for teachers that focus on trauma and behavior supports. They deploy emergency responses to traumatic events that link families and support classrooms navigate how to handle the days, months, and years following a traumatic experience. And most recently, we are piloting an initiative with 2 centers where children who are identified with autism spectrum disorder to meet specific requirements and receive additional applied behavioral analysis treatment for daily inclusion in a neurotypical classroom. As a result of these invested initiatives, we can report that last school year, there were over 350 professional development training sessions with over 2,100 teachers, assistant teachers, and staffers. There were early childhood mental health consultation services provided to 35 children at 31 locations. There are 9 families who received home visiting supports, and there were 4 emergency responses to traumatic events that were managed, including the Northeast plane crash, grief following death, and substance abuse disorders. These supports are designed for one purpose: to keep children safely and successfully included in their classrooms rather than being excluded or removed. In one autism support classroom, our inclusionary techniques allowed a child to attend their first ever birthday party. After the successful first birthday party, the child went on to its own family party, picked up the microphone, and was able to sing happy birthday. In addition to our existing supports, we are continuously working alongside our partners at the state's Office of Childhood Development and Early Learning, or OCDEL, the city's Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disabilities, Community Behavioral Health, the School District of Philadelphia, Elwyn Children's Crisis Treatment Center, Public Health Management Corporation, and just recently, the nationally accredited Laurie Center to identify hurdles, bottlenecks, and gaps in the ways families, teachers, and early learning centers are asking for help to then get the necessary services to the child at a location most convenient for the family. Philadelphia has made a clear commitment. Young children belong in the classrooms. We look forward to continuing our partnership with Council to ensure that inclusive, high-quality early learning remains the standard across our city. Thank you very much for your support. I'm here to answer any additional questions.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, members of the committee, and members of the public. My name is Diane Casalbono, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent for Early Childhood Education for the School District of Philadelphia. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding our youngest learners. We appreciate the Council's commitment to ensuring that every young child in Philadelphia has access to a safe, nurturing, and inclusive educational experience. The School District of Philadelphia shares that commitment. We believe every child deserves to begin their educational journey in an environment that supports their development, honors their individual strengths, and provides the services they need to succeed. We also recognize that national and local data raise important concerns about disproportionate exclusionary practices affecting Black and brown children and children with disabilities. These concerns warrant thoughtful discussion and meaningful action. At the outset, it is important to clarify that the district's policies regarding preschool discipline. The school district does not permit the expulsion or suspension of preschool students. We recognize that expulsion or suspension from an early childhood program can have profound and lasting effects on a child's educational trajectory and family stability. And our policies reflect that belief that removal from educational opportunities should not be the response to challenging behavior. There are, however, in full transparency, consistent with federal Head Start standards, limited circumstances in which a temporary exclusion from a pre-K classroom may occur. These situations are not disciplinary in nature and are not intended to permanently remove a child from preschool. When a student presents a direct threat to their own health or safety or to the safety of others, and that risk cannot be mitigated without additional supports, a temporary exclusion may be necessary. This allows time to identify appropriate interventions, secure needed resources, and if necessary, plan for an alternate placement that better meets the child's needs while maintaining the safety of all students and staff. These situations are rare, individualized, and temporary. The goal is always to return the child to an education setting with appropriate supports as quickly as possible. This distinction matters. Our educators work every day to support children with a wide range of developmental, behavioral, emotional, and communication needs. Staff collaborate closely with families, early intervention providers, school psychologists, counselors, and special education personnel to identify and implement appropriate supports. These efforts reflect a core belief. Challenging behavior is often a form of communication. Rather than viewing behavior as something to punish, we seek to understand its root causes and respond with interventions that support the child's long-term development. At the same time, we must acknowledge a significant challenge facing not only the school district, but the broader early childhood system in Philadelphia. We have a shortage of appropriate placements for children with special needs. Some young children have needs that cannot be safely or appropriately met within a general education preschool classroom, even with reasonable supports in place. In classrooms serving approximately 20 preschool-age children, educators must balance instruction, supervision, social-emotional learning, and individualized support throughout the day. While full inclusion remains our goal whenever appropriate, there are circumstances where a child requires specialized therapeutic, behavioral, and educational supports that exceed what can be delivered in the classroom. When this occurs, the challenge is often the availability of appropriate placements. This is not a challenge the school district or the city can solve alone. Addressing preschool pushout requires a broader examination of the capacity of Philadelphia's early childhood and behavioral health systems. It requires ensuring that children with significant needs have timely access to specialized education placements, therapeutic services, behavioral health supports, and early intervention resources before situations escalate to crisis. We also recognize that equity must remain central to this work. The disparities identified nationally and raised in Council's resolution required continued examination. The district remains committed to reviewing our practices, monitoring data, supporting professional learning, and partnering with families and community stakeholders to ensure decisions affecting young children are made thoughtfully, consistently, and without bias. The school district welcomes the opportunity to continue strengthening our practices in partnership with City Council, other early childhood providers, advocates, families, and community organizations. This hearing represents an important opportunity not only to identify concerns, but to advance practical, system-level solutions that improve outcomes for Philadelphia's youngest learners. The school district stands ready to be an active partner in this work. Thank you for including us.
Thank you for your testimony. This has been informative so far, and we're just getting started. I would like to start by taking the testimony that we heard earlier and listening to some of the concerns from both parent and child care provider. And so, from the seat that you sit in, what is the solution to how we service young people who have these needs, but at the same time we're listening to providers say, I don't have the capacity or the resources to serve them. So from the seats that you all are sitting in, you're the leaders in the city of Philadelphia as it relates to educating a specific demographic. What do we do?
Also, I think Assistant Superintendent Castelbono gave some really great recommendations, which is an understanding of the capacity. Like a capacity awareness of what each location. There are about 1,600 licensed childcare centers in Philadelphia. Between the city and the school district, we have regulatory oversight of about 370 of those. So there's about 1,300 or a little over 1,200 licensed childcare centers in Philadelphia whose regulatory capture isn't under the purview of the city or the school district. In between us, we have about 17,000 3- and 4-year-olds we're serving. There's about 40,000 3- and 4-year-olds. There's about 100,000 0- to 5-year-olds. So we're a sliver of the pie of what we are regulating and what we're supporting. I think what Assistant Superintendent mentioned here was that it's important to understand what it would take to meet the capacity of all of those. And I think one of the child care centers who mentioned earlier, there are varying needs. We have various teachers with varying credentials. We have varying agencies that are providing behavioral health support services. In our early intervention system, as we've expanded pre-K, as we've expanded childcare options, we are flooding that system of families going, I need help for this child. So I think understanding the capacity is really important, and it's continuously working with what we have as well, being efficient with the resources that we do have, and creating a seamless system to identify what is the problem, what are the antecedent behaviors, are there cultural competency issues, the teachers as well. It's important to understand each teacher's ability to meet the needs of each child and each family warrants, I think, a really good investigation and understanding and awareness. We can, I think, between the city and school district, because we have a smaller slice of the pie, I think, but then that broader spectrum, we would need to expand that.
Yeah, I understand you guys got a smaller slice of the pie, 100%, recognizing capacity and who has say over what is important. But if we have state guidelines, and the state guidelines create a criteria, and then we have folks who are saying it's very difficult to adhere to all of the state guidelines and the entire criteria. So let's take a step back. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, the situation that was communicated earlier presented itself where a child care provider program has a young person enrolled in the program who they don't have the resources and the capacity to take. So on the one hand, we're saying you pretty much have to take the child, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
You can't say, no, I'm not taking this child.
Under the city and school district contracts, that's correct.
Okay, so if I can't do that and I don't have the capacity, I didn't recruit this person, the child comes in, the family is great, I just don't have the capacity and the resources to support the child's need. What happens next? If you could tell us what happens when they're under your umbrella, and then when they're not under your umbrella.
Yeah, I'll speak on what happens under our umbrella. Once a center goes help, right? Like they send an email, they send a text, or they send a message to its contracting agency that says, I need help, I can't take this family anymore, I can't take this child, whatever the circumstances might be. We focus the child first and foremost to understand what is the behavior, what is the antecedent instances that are occurring for this issue, to diagnose a little bit better of, is it a teacher? It might be a teacher issue. Like, we talk about challenging behaviors, but we haven't talked a lot about behaviors challenging the teacher. And those are two different things. I think it's important to understand which one might it be, while at the same time speaking with the family. What does the family want most? Like, what do you see happening in the home? What are the things that you want to see best happen for your child? So that's how we do it under our contract, and we put in the professional development supports for the teacher, then coordinate with the other agencies I mentioned before, like community behavioral health. Sometimes it's a crisis situation where you have to work with CCTC. Other times we call up the school district and say, do you have any of your behavioral health analysts? We also employ mental health consultants and family navigators to help families go through the identification and support services system that exists here.
That don't work. That doesn't work. That's unfortunate. We need to brainstorm and figure out what do we do, because let me offer perspective. I have a son who is in pre-K, all right? And for the later hearing, I have a son who's in 8th grade, who's about to go to 9th grade. So both of these conversations are lived experiences, right? So I'm partly chair of the education committee, but I took that hat off for a second and put my parent hat on, and I thought about the sister right there that was just sitting here. That doesn't work for her. That just doesn't, right? We can't just say we're gonna call and screen and re-examine a teacher and provide training. If my child has been diagnosed with a specific disease, that's not the teacher, that's none of those things. So what I think we need is a system that says if we're gonna ask the providers to take the child, no matter what, then there should be resources available to address the needs of the child no matter what, right? And so I'm hearing what you do on the side when it's like under your umbrella, but then what do you do on the side when it's not under your umbrella? Because listening to what you do on the side when it's under your umbrella, I think those things work in a traditional classroom setting, or when you have, that contract for a child to have a TSS worker. In those situations it might work, but when you don't have those resources for a specific TSS worker or the wraparound services, and they're not under your umbrella, what do we do?
I think in a lot of those cases, so you mean like the other 1,300 licensed childcare centers?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the vast majority.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has a department called the Office of Childhood Development and Early Learning. They are situated between both state DHS and state Pennsylvania Department
Say that
of Education.
office one more time. We taking notes. We learning from you.
Yeah. The Office of Childhood Development and Early Learning, actually, Assistant Superintendent helped actually create that office. It was groundbreaking actually in our country's history. Like there was no state that had ever said, we're going to create an Office of Early Learning at the time when Assistant Superintendent Casabona was over there. And they said, we need an Office of Early Learning at the state level. So Pennsylvania was one of the first in the nation that actually did this, and then said, okay, what do we do to help all of our licensed centers? They do. I think one of the centers that testified earlier mentioned that the PA Key exists, or the Early Learning Resource Centers. Those are places that the state contracts with to say we need to deliver those services to our childcare centers that exist all across any region. I think there's 19 regions across Pennsylvania, and we're one region isolated for ourselves. They are under the purview, to answer you, Councilmember Thomas, Committee Chairman Thomas, the state's Office of Childhood Development and Early Learning is the first place that gets looked at.
And let me add to that, early intervention is a state responsibility by law in Pennsylvania. For the Philadelphia County, the state contracts that early intervention work to Elwyn. So they have Elwyn is the early intervention provider. And so the early intervention money that flows to Philadelphia County for children with special needs flows to Elwyn. And so Elwyn we would all reach out to Elwyn, and I'm not sure that all pre-K providers have that, or childcare providers have the ability to do that. And I think that's one of the things that's being raised in this hearing, is that very smaller independently operated providers don't always know where to go. And I think that's a very fair criticism that we can try to address moving forward, is making sure that even the providers who are not under our purview, and we don't work.
Smaller childcare providers, what resources or how can we set it up? And if it's not addressed in early childhood, in pre-K, it's becoming a kindergarten problem that still is not addressed. So the services that you're talking about, I currently have 2 kindergartners that are under my care, that these systems aren't being met, that we get called every day at a school district program to come pick them up, which is unacceptable. So I need for us to and I'm a council member with the resources that can call the people. What resources are we providing for families that have children within the spectrum or whatever behavioral challenges to really address the needs? Because a lot of parents can't just leave work, because this is what childcare is for. This is what school is for. We have to create a system to support the parents, because you expel my child for a week, I still got to go to work. What am I supposed to do? And then on the flip side, as a provider, if I don't have the resources, it takes months for these services to be set wraparound, TSS, medication, behavioral support, psychology, psychiatry, all of these services parents have to navigate when the provider, the city or state is paying for, can absolve themselves from the whole thing. And then I'm hearing you guys say it's a system, and I'm saying the system is not working. And I'm saying it, he talks as I'm a parent and a grandparent. I have 9 grandchildren. 2 of them are currently in kindergarten that we adopted, that are in this system right now. Where I get calls here in council to come pick them up from camp. What are parents supposed to do? What resources can we create as city services, as state services to mend or to bring that together? Because the purpose of this hearing is saying, what are we gonna do? We have to leave out of here with some results because I'm fed up. I can't imagine what the parents are going through. And I think I can't leave here without a solution or working towards a solution to mitigate that gap. Because just saying the kids are expelled is, oh well. What resources can we really put our minds together to make sure these systems are talking to each other?
And if we don't have them currently, tell us what to do, right? Like, we're passionate because we're in this space as it relates to our lived experiences, but we also represent the entire city of Philadelphia, all 3 of us. And these are our constituents. We know we've done some things in the past that's been both good and bad, but this problem is very, very unique, and help us figure out what should we be doing and how should we be thinking about it.
So Council President Kenyatta Johnson has created a special subcommittee on early childhood education. It really has just started. But most of the players, I would say, are sitting around that table, and this is one of the top issues that is facing them, is how do we create a system from what across the nation is a highly decentralized, complicated bureaucratic system of childcare, right? So you have childcare providers, and they don't all report through one entity. But there is a responsibility and a need for us to create a system. I think the city and the school district have joined hands to try to merge our 2 systems at least, so we're no longer at odds. And now I think the next stage of that is, how do we create a county-wide system? And I will say we are at that. It is a little bit slow going, but I do think the current subcommittee might be a way in to helping push that work more finely.
Dr. Imam.
Thank you for having that vision to say, there are the gaps, we need to overlap all of this and have a system. But for the parents, it has to be seamless. They don't know if it's state or city or,
Yes.
PHL, pre-K. The child should experience it as a child without having to understand all these demarcations. But this is the bureaucracy we face everywhere, the silos we face everywhere. To use the, Council President's pre-K committee, I'm on it and I forget the name of it, but how do we expedite this? I mean, we're articulating the problem, as the mayor likes to say, but moving it from that articulation to the next step needs to be much more emergent. It should be an emergency, right? But of course, in emergency, we make mistakes, so I understand the caution of getting enough data to understand it, but the mother who testified, her child doesn't have that time, right? So while we are putting the final structure together, we need to have some interim measures, right? We need to have some, like our Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disabilities, in my opinion, should be mobilized in this space while we've come to a final structure, right? So as the chairman said here, we have to think outside the box and creatively, and to Councilmember Kendra Brooks's point, she can't leave here without being able to say something. So we have an emergency situation, in my opinion, if even one child is being pushed out because they don't have the right supports, right? So we don't have time to have slow process of, 3 months we'll get a report. I don't think we have time. If we want Philadelphia to thrive and we have these children ready to go to school, we don't have time to do that. So I would love this entire space to sort of have the freedom to have everybody's ideas come in, right? Some people know much more than I do sitting right here. So have a forum of sorts where you can collect and then have a timeline. Like, we need to hold ourselves accountable by creating the timeline. We can, and then that's when we start reacting, right? When we have the deadline coming up in front of us. So I would highly recommend that the pre-K committee, working with our education committee, with the school and the state, look at the gap remediation while the final structure is put out and call it something so that people can come to it, offer their solutions, and then come up with some, and then we have the data to know where are these problems happening, right? It's not everywhere, it's specific spaces, so let's tailor the responses, the gap measured responses to those places. Let's use our data analysis properly and in a responsive manner, is sort of a statement of saying we need to move expeditiously, right? So thank you very much for all the testimony, because the clarification of the systems in place does clarify for us that it's not just you who can wave a magic wand, but we do need a magic wand for everybody to come together and say the children are our primary constituents, and that's who we're responding to. Put in deep behavioral health, Pennsylvania Human Services. There's lots of resources we have, but they don't seem to come together to meet that one mother's request. What am I going to do? We should not have anybody in a first world country, the richest country in the world. She has done her homework. She's been an engaged parent. We say, oh, parents are not doing. No, we have an engaged parent, and she still doesn't know what to do in the 6th largest city in the country. That is unacceptable for all of us. I mean, I'm holding myself accountable as I'm saying this, that we cannot just say, oh, we just had a hearing, and then 3 months later, maybe we'll come up with something. What is she going to do? So, Council Chair, I think to your point, we really need to have a brainstorm response to mitigate these gaps while we're having a final structure to be put in place. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. I appreciate it. Last question, and then we'll move on to the next panel unless other members of the committee have questions. In the midst of my young folks doing this work, and I want to give a huge shout out to all of the interns in my office, and I'll do that a little later, because they've been running point on this hearing and preparing for this conversation all summer. The research basically suggests that this type of behavior with pre-K students and pre-K push-out reflects on Black and brown children being targeted disproportionately compared to their white counterparts. Help me understand, why would Black and brown children be more victims to this issue than their white counterparts?
I would say, I think there's a couple things at play here. The first thing is, I think, historical and cultural disproportionate approaches to policies and funding that exist in our country and our communities are things that we are working hard to dismantle. I think that we are still watching that play out, but I remain vigilant about dismantling those, but I think that some of those still exist. I also think that we have a larger number of Black and brown children who are in our programs, and that does not excuse it. I actually think it should not be, but I do think that there are, again, historical and cultural disproportionalities and cultural competencies that have not been provided.
And your umbrella of organizations that you said adds up to a little less than 400. You say you have more Black and brown children than anything else in that demographic?
Yeah, I think it's like 70 or 80%.
Okay.
Yes.
So I, from the data that's been told to us, it's not necessarily like a total amount. It's more of a percentage thing. So based on looking at your data, clearly if you serve more black and brown children, you're going to see more push out to that demographic. But from a percentage perspective, if you're serving 70% black and brown children, are they making up 99% of the push out?
So between it, we don't allow preschool. I think what we're might be missing here is that between the city and the school district, it's a non-permissible act. You're not permitted to actually remove a child. We actually have measures in place to catch that in case a family is reporting I wasn't put in there, or I'm now counsel.
All right, so let's take a step back, because I understand what you're doing. So in the paragraph right here, it says, there are, however, limited situations in which temporary exclusion from pre-K classroom may occur. These situations are not disciplinary in nature, but they are intended to remove the child, blah, 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 blah. This is your testimony, all right?
That's my testimony.
I'm sorry, your testimony.
Let me speak to that, because I think I understand where you're going.
No, we understand what you're saying, so what
Let me
what
give you the data. I
Go,
have the
go.
data.
Okay, go ahead.
So the school district of Philadelphia looks at what's called a persistence rate. We look at that, and that's historically how the feds define it, persistence. And persistence rate means the number of children who start pre-K at one center and persist till the end of the year. And that's our proxy measure, right, for looking at, do we have disproportionate impact? And so when we look at the persistence rate just of the children we serve, so again, I don't have that data for all 1,300 centers, but the data for the School District of Philadelphia affiliated centers doesn't suggest that there is disproportionate impact among those we serve. So if you look at the data by race and income, about 94% of children with IEPs, we have a 94% persistence rate. Would I like that to be 100%, of course, right?
Yeah.
But 94%. Overall population in pre-K for the school district is 91%. So special ed students, children with disabilities in the school district programs tend to have a higher persistence rate. That does not negate or dismiss any individual experience of any individual family. We know that mistakes are made, but generally speaking, the overall data does not suggest disproportionate impact for children with disabilities versus children without disabilities. On race, again, the overall persistence rate is 91%. For African American children, I believe it's 90.8%. I can pull this data and put it on the record for you as well. So again, the overall data, but that does, I would imagine, mask probably some serious issues. And so I do think it is a fair question that we have to do a much better job at parsing this data and committing to actually looking at complete numbers site by site by site.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Dr. Phillips close out this panel, but I'm just gonna say this, and I hope you guys hang a little bit. I'm having deja vu right now. I was literally in this moment before, and as you're communicating, I'm just looking at the experts that are behind you, and I think that they're gonna offer a different perspective when they come to testify as it relates to how black and brown people are disproportionately affected by this particular issue and why that's the case. So I'm hoping that you hang around a little bit just so you can hear other perspective, because for me, I'm facilitating the dialogue, but I'm also gathering information and learning. And the teacher in me pay attention to facial expressions and tonal semantics and a lot of things that happen when people are talking. And so I'm just hoping that when folks offer a different perspective as it relates to the question that I just asked, that we're all able to brainstorm what do we do and listen to one another's perspective. Dr. Phillips, I'm sorry, just one more thing real quick. So do we see, so I think about child care providers who are for-profit organizations compared to child care providers who are nonprofit organizations. And being a person who's not necessarily as educated and informed as it relates to the practice and the business side of pre-K, I was hoping first we would acknowledge that we disproportionately impact people of color. I was hoping we would acknowledge that, but we'll go to that later in the conversation. But if we were to acknowledge that, I wonder, is there an appetite to examine if the entity a child care provider has an impact on the services they're able to provide? And so based on the work that I've done around the bird tax and how we have mishandled the bird tax as a city, that really put me in a position to recognize how many child care providers are actually for-profit LLCs. I'm wondering if there was a movement to educate, inform, and push for-profit LLCs to go to nonprofit, and then resources being provided to nonprofit organizations to help offset some of the issues that they're facing with young people who might be struggling. Do we see any correlation between child care providers who are struggling and as it relates to providing quality services and resources and the type of entity they have? Is there a correlation there?
We should dig into that. I think that's a really good question. Yeah, let me dig into that. We can look that up. Yep.
I'll pass it to Dr. Phillips to close us out, but I was just
question.
listening and wondering how we could be more supportive of these entities. Dr. Phillips, and then we'll move on to the next panel.
Just want to say thank you so much, Chairman Thomas, for convening this important meeting, but also just thank you to all the panelists who come out today. It's an opportunity for us to better understand how we can ensure that we have better processes going forward, so that every child, and with their educational journey, has the support that they need. So I have two questions. How can we better support families so they understand the process and feel like true partners in their child's education? And then the second question is, what steps can we take to intervene earlier so that children receive support before exclusion is ever considered, right? So what steps can the city take, the school district take, to make sure that, earlier exclusion is not ever considered? And the other question was, how can we better support families so they understand the process and feel like true partners in their child's education?
I'll try the first one. The first thing is building trust, having open forms of communication, in meeting with families where they are, that's most convenient for them. I think a lot of times we put out surveys or we put out a QR code and say, please click on this link and tell us how your experience, which is what we do. And I think that that's important to do that. But it's also to do the harder work, which is finding times that work best for families, especially our working families who are, maybe they're hourly employees too, where their time is actually money out of the paycheck. So finding those places and spaces where they can meet and have those engagement sessions, which is, again, what we do under our small purview, but that's the commitment that we make. The other thing is to rely on our providers as well. They're beacons of our community. They're the ones who are with children and families and with the resource agencies every day. And this is the work that they are doing. So we are constantly working with those providers and engaging with them. But I think that needs to be expanded. It needs to be greatly expanded in order to capture the voices of those that we intend to serve. But again, I think it's meeting them where they are, but also working with the providers who are those centralized agencies who are doing the work every day in the classrooms, at pickup, at drop-off, calling Elwyn, calling CBH, calling us, calling the school district. Like, they know very well what is going on in the child's life as well. And then the second question was about how do we
understand the process and feel like true partners in their child's education?
Yeah, true. I think the same thing. That's building trust, right? Is to make sure that people feel like they are heard and that there's an environment under which they can provide feedback and opportunity are critical. Because if you don't, then no one's going to give you the information you need to get to the child.
I have a suggestion for both the school district and the city, Sean, and thank you for your work that you do. Why don't we just have every provider receive a mandatory, if you're going to get these PHL pre-K slots, maybe some sort of like meeting that they have to come to during the summer or something like that to go over what are the ramifications and rules and expectations of this. And then not only that, if you want to be able not to avoid kids getting kicked out, you also have to say, you have to have a sign off with all your families to let them that they understand that maybe as a document, each sign says that you cannot be expelled or removed from a program because of X, Y, Z reasons. And then make sure all the providers understand all the resources that are available to help these kids and get direct lines to do that. Maybe that's a new way to do things to avoid this going on in the future.
So happy to report under the PHL pre-K program, we do that. We have 3 trainings that happen before the school year starts, some of them virtual, some of them in person as well. We offer a variety of ways to do that. But in particular around parents' rights, we do a review. Every single center that we contract with has to submit its parent policy handbook. And in that parent policy handbook, we explicitly state, you need to show us what your policies are on removing a child or suspension, expulsion, or any terminology you want to use, and we review that. We then back it up with a quality support center for our new providers, or our providers that are not star 1 or 2, they're not high quality yet. We provide intentional additional resources that are mandatory to them. But again, these are the 235 of them. We do use a lot of those methods. I think we could do more, absolutely, and absolutely committed to doing more of like signing more waivers, signing more paperwork.
Yeah, I just want to be helpful because we had a good provider for my stepson, but we didn't have to sign off on that we received the parent handbook, and we read the parent handbook, I believe. I don't recall that, but if it's not required for families to have read the handbook and your document and sign off on it, it doesn't really, they could have the policy, but they don't necessarily know it exists.
I think that part of the thing we need to do better on is exactly that. I think a lot of parents, myself included, right, like, I don't really remember, that's the key phrase here, is I think a lot of parents are rushed to just sign the thing, get the child in and then deal with the issue later. I do think we need to do a better job of being really clear, eye to eye, at the same table, and say, look, I need you to be aware. We have a zero tolerance policy on your child being removed here. Or if you are aware of any instances where you might be getting pushed out, please report. I think that could be bolstered a little bit.
Or better yet, maybe for all PHL pre-K students that get this resource, now that you see that this is an alarming problem, you could just highlight this in an email that you send. We've noticed over the past some odd years that this has become a problem. If you see this, just know that here are your rights. And also for providers, if you know that you have troubles with these children, here's Elwin, here's this, here's that, and the third, here's how so it's a balanced situation where you're helping them, so it's not become a, evolving issue. So it's just one way to be helpful.
I think that's a very good suggestion, very fair suggestion. We are continually challenged to make sure that families and providers are aware of their rights and responsibilities, and to make sure that they're aware of the supports that are out there. I will say we are also challenged that sometimes there are not enough supports out there, and so that's the second part of the problem.
And y'all have a lot to tackle within this world. 1,700 providers, 370, it's a lot. And a lot of them are hard to find, I bet. All right, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the next panel?
Rose Wehrman and Dr. Stephanie Blake.
Call both panels. We'll do both panels at the same time. Let's call both.
Shondell Craig Cromwell and Hadria Lyon.
Let's get them some chairs. We'll just share the mics. Thank you.
Miriam Brown.
Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony. What we're going to do is we're going to allow, can I get a fifth chair? Is there a fifth chair? All right, we're going to allow you all to provide your testimony first, and then after everybody's provided their testimony, we're going to open it up to questions from members of the committee. All right, so whoever wants to go first, please go first, and let's jump right into it.
I'm Dr. Stephanie Blake. Good morning, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Stephanie Blake, Senior Vice President of Field Operations at Brightside Academy, where I oversee 31 early childhood programs across Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. I'm also a contributing author on the Supporting All Young Learners to Thrive, a statewide research report on exclusionary discipline in early childhood education. I'm here to talk about preschool pushout. Young children being suspended, expelled, or informally pushed out of child care and pre-K programs. It's a crisis hiding in plain sight, and it's happening right here in Philadelphia. So our research, which included direct observations of 22 Philadelphia classrooms, found that more than half of the families surveyed were asked to disenroll their child while they were actively trying to get help and support. This does not affect all children equally. As you shared before, Black and brown children, children with disabilities are removed at disproportionate rates, reflecting adult biases and structural inequity, not children's behavior. Much of this never shows up on an official report. Early pickups and quietly reduced hours. Pennsylvania has no requirement to track these informal removals, so the true scope stays invisible to policymakers. But the report also points out to a solution. Through our Supporting All Young Learners to Thrive pilot, we provided sustained trauma-informed professional development to Philadelphia classrooms, and we saw some gains. I also want to lift up our Parents Growing Together model from Children First and First Up, a peer-to-peer program where parent leaders created spaces that help families build resilience, reduce stress, and strengthen their ability to support their children. The report's own roadmap points to clear term priorities. So I urge the council to support required programs to document exclusionary discipline decisions and pair them with reentry plans. Track suspension and expulsion for data statewide. Expand our infant early childhood mental health consultation and require it before a child is excluded. Provide add-on payments for programs serving children with documented diagnosis, the individual education plans, or the individual family service plans, so programs can hire additional staff and needed resources. And incentivize sustained coach professional development for educators, building on models like Parents Growing Together and Supporting All Young Learners to Thrive. Every child deserves a stable early learning environment. We know that there are what the gaps are, and we know what works. What's needed is the will and the resources to scale it. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you for your testimony. Please state your name for the record, and you may begin your testimony.
Rose Werman. Good morning, Chairman Thomas and members of the committee. My name is Rose Werman, and I am an attorney at Education Law Center. We're grateful for your partnership, and we're especially grateful to the parent advocates who are here today and have been working with your office for months to bring this important issue to light.
And just as a point of personal privilege, I want to say thank you and your entire team for making us aware of this issue and pushing us to have this hearing. So thank you for that. Please
Absolutely.
Proceed with your testimony.
Thank you for your partnership. ELC's mission is to ensure access to a quality public education for all children in Pennsylvania, including our youngest learners, with a focus on underserved children. ELC has a long history of supporting the needs of young learners, and I have spent the last 2 years dedicated to the issue of preschool pushout. Specifically, I represent families whose young children have been suspended and expelled from preschool in Philadelphia. Over the last 5 years, ELC has worked with hundreds of families who have experienced or been at risk of exclusion in Philadelphia preschools. These exclusions are rooted in discrimination and are both harmful to children's development and are developmentally inappropriate for all children, as recognized by the American Academy of Pediatrics, and I've included that statement in your folder. Preschool exclusions are the result of adult assumptions and adult decisions made by adults, not about 2, 3, and 4-year-old children's behavior. We have documented examples of preschool pushout in PHL pre-K programs, pre-K counts programs, district pre-K programs, district community partner programs, programs that receive state subsidies, and other early childhood education programs. Our internal data indicates that pushout is happening in all types of preschool programs across the city and at very high volumes. This practice is not reserved for extraordinary circumstances that are already contemplated by the federal Head Start policy. Pushout, instead, is often used in response to developmentally appropriate behaviors, behaviors that don't require intensive behavioral support, and completely unrelated reasons. For example, a child's allergy or a child not using nice words. The experiences in a child's first 5 years of life are critical for brain development, and the benefits of high-quality early education for all children are robust, intergenerational, and long-lasting. They include increased graduation rates, increased financial independence, increased employment rates, and they span generations. When children are instead suspended and expelled from preschool, they're denied the opportunity to access those important benefits, but they're also taken away from support systems, and the likelihood that these children will later experience additional school exclusion and as well become involved in the criminal justice system is increased significantly and represents the very real preschool to prison pipeline. Despite this, in Philadelphia and across the country, preschools suspend and expel our youngest learners at a rate 3 times higher than K through 12 programs. In cases I've represented on, while there might not be one single reason told to a parent for why their child is being excluded, I have seen young children suspended for a day, suspended for multiple days, or expelled for reasons that include using a fork unsafely when a child hugged her teacher while holding a fork, not sitting still, saying no, not using nice words, not participating, throwing a toy, or yelling. I've seen cases where parents are told that their child can only come to school if the family procures their own full-time one-to-one aide for the child, something that's very inaccessible for most Philadelphia families to do, or that their child can only come to school until noon because their child has a disability. I have cases in which an 18-month-old with a sensory processing disorder was suspended for not keeping his hands to himself as he sought to explore the world around him, in which a 4-year-old black girl was told that she could no longer come to school because she had a dairy allergy, and in which a 5-year-old Latino child with autism and a speech delay, who had been deprived of speech services he was entitled to for over a year and learned to communicate non-verbally in the absence of any supports, was suspended for those communication efforts, but never given any tools to learn how to communicate appropriately. These exclusions do not affect all children equally. Preschools exclude black children at a rate estimated to be as high as 3.6 times higher than white children, despite no differences in behavior. Nationally, preschools expel approximately 250 children per day, and statistically, 125 of them will be black boys. Preschools exclude children with developmental delays or disabilities at a rate 14.5 times higher than typically developing peers, often in violation of federal law, and children who have experienced adverse childhood experiences, such as homelessness, neglect, poverty, are as many as 10 times more likely to be excluded than their peers. Many of the children that I work with every day, and families you'll hear from today, live at the intersection of these identities. Families are told that these exclusions are permissible, but they're not, which is exactly why Philadelphia needs explicit policies upholding children's educational rights. The Americans with Disabilities Act, Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, and Pennsylvania child care licensing laws all mandate that early childhood education settings, whether public or private, must not exclude children based on race or on disability, with extremely narrow exceptions, and that preschools instead should support children. Push-out occurs across the board in both public and private preschool programs in Philadelphia and is not the result of any single provider's actions. The preschool push-out crisis in Philadelphia is compounded by failures across multiple systems, and additional funding and training is needed to fully support young children to access education. But one thing is clear: suspensions and expulsions are not an appropriate response by adults to young children's behaviors. They do not teach positive behavior or skills, but they take children away from support and teach our youngest Philadelphians, especially our black and brown children and our children with disabilities or delays, that they do not belong in our schools. In our city and statewide policy memos in your folders, we've outlined actionable steps that the council, PHL Pre-K, and the district can take to both strengthen their existing policies and develop new ones. Fundamentally, that starts with clear, explicit policies prohibiting suspension and expulsion in programs with city and district oversight. In fact, the district has a great model in its existing K-2 exclusion ban. Additionally, Head Start programs, which are federally funded and subject to Head Start's narrow limits on suspension and its ban on expulsion, can be applied across the board by policy adjustments within programs under city and district oversight. While exclusion continues to happen in preschool settings, we see that strong protections such as the Head Start policy make a real difference. Both the city and the district are important partners in this work, and ELC is committed to continuing to work with both to implement what we believe is our shared vision to eliminate this harmful practice. Further, there are clear and urgent funding needs as well as training and support needs for providers and systems. Neither families nor providers should have to navigate these complex systems on their own. That will require collaboration and funding. A ban on preschool exclusion is necessary to uphold the civil rights of our youngest learners and ensure they have the opportunity to access education. But just like the district did when it prohibited the exclusion of kindergarten through second grade students in 2018, decisive action must be taken now. Like the district recognized in 2018, when they affirmed that students in grades K through 2 needed immediate relief from this harmful practice, This prohibition must explicitly apply to our preschool programs across the board. Any solution that does not prohibit exclusionary discipline for our youngest learners will not fully address this injustice. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good morning. My name is Shandell Craig Cromwell, and I want to thank Councilmember Thomas and the other members of council for your attention to this issue. Oh. Okay. It means a lot that you have taken our concerns seriously and have been vocal about your commitment to addressing this huge issue. My son, Romain, is 6 years old, and he is an incredible child. He has taught himself multiple languages, such as Spanish, Portuguese, and Arabic. He loves music, the solar system, and he is currently learning how to play the piano. As parents, we want to nurture every part of who our children are. I want Romain to grow, to thrive, and to have everything he needs and deserves. But for many children with disabilities, and particularly many African American boys with disabilities, this is something we as parents have to fight way too hard for. After Romain's autism diagnosis, he began receiving early intervention services, and those supports had made a really big difference. Romain's preschool experience started at a wonderful early childhood education program. However, when our family needed to relocate, everything changed. We found a new center, and I met with the director. I shared Romain's strengths, his interests, his personality, and I shared his intellectual disability. I wanted the center providers to truly see who Romain is. The director reassured me that everything would be fine. Shortly after Romain started, I was called in and I was told he was no longer a good fit. There were no solutions offered, no supports discussed, no conversation about what could be done differently. Despite our efforts to advocate for Romain to remain in the program, we were told that the decision was final. Romain was not allowed to return, and that was something I now understand was discriminatory. I carried a lot of guilt. I questioned whether I had placed my son in an environment where he was not safe, understood, or valued. It felt like our only option was to keep him home again. After Romain's 3rd birthday, I began searching for a place that would truly welcome him. That is when we found a new preschool, and from the very first conversation, everything felt different. They not only welcomed Romain and supported him, but they made space for him to be himself. For the first time, outside of his family and support team, Romain truly felt safe and seen. With the right supports in place, he began to thrive. His confidence grew, and his personality blossomed. I am proud to share that Romain graduated kindergarten in June of this year. Thank you. Excuse me. But the impacts of this traumatic experience linger for both Romain and our family. I am grateful for the opportunity to share our story. I join the parents here today and other families because we should not have to fight this hard for basic inclusion. No child should be pushed out because they learn differently. No parent should have to question whether their child will be accepted or rejected. We can do better, and our children deserve better. Thank you. I would also like to add, sometimes we don't recognize answered prayers because they arrive disguised as an invitation. I don't know where today's hearing will lead. Maybe it becomes legislation. Maybe it changes district policy. Maybe another mother hears this testimony and for the first time, she feels seen. And fathers as well. Maybe a preschool director leaves this room and decides to treat the next child with autism differently. We rarely get to see all the ripples our courage creates. But courage creates ripples nonetheless, and that is extraordinary. In closing, I will say it reminds me of a verse that has been on my heart, and it's from the book of Proverbs, chapter 31, verse 8. And it says, "Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. Ensure justice for those being crushed." Today, that is exactly what I have tried to do, not just for Romaine, but for every child who deserves to be welcomed instead of excluded. My hope is that when this hearing ends, our voices won't. Today's conversation becomes tomorrow's action, because every child deserves the opportunity to learn, to belong, and to thrive. Thank you.
Good morning, Council Member Thomas and committee members. My name is Adria Leon. I'm so proud of my son, Otto, who graduated from kindergarten in June and was awarded the Biggest Heart Award. Otto has always had the biggest heart, and he's always happy. He loves playing in the park with his sister, loves his tablet, loves to eat, and is very crafty. Otto is 6 years old, and he's autistic. Every day, he is now learning and growing, and that is because he has the resources he needs, but it was not always this way. I believe he has unfairly treated, not just due to his disability, but also due to his race. Let me tell you a little bit about experience getting to where we are today. When it was time for Otto to start preschool, I chose a center because it seems to be structured and it was close to my house. On the first day of school, I took a picture of Otto outside the center, and I brought him in and dropped him off. I still had the picture showing him ready to go into school for the first time. By the time I came back to pick him up, the director wanted to meet him, and I didn't know why. The preschool director said that Otto was having sensory overload and overstimulation, and they didn't have the resources to take care of him, but that she should recommend another place that can support him. I was so scared. I talked with the school a few more times. I was devastated. I was crying. I begged the director. The school refused my offer of support and my ideas for how to best support my child, and racism playing a part in my experience. I had to start all over and visit pre-K centers near me, and almost everything was full, but I finally found a place that told us they will accept my son gladly. Everything was beautiful. They need Otto's EIP from the preschool center, but the center never sent it. And soon the school was full and I had to start all over again. Many months went by. When we enrolled into a preschool near my new home, Otto was there with his 2 teachers and we started to see the light. Both teachers took my kid with love, kindness, and determination to support him in all ways. I'm grateful to them. Along the way, we have met many people that have supported us, but parents need more information and support. Parents need support and guidance to know what to do when children are not getting the support they are entitled to. We are also happy that he is improving I'm here today because what our family went through should not happen to anyone else. I'm speaking up because I know how wrong preschool push-out is, and I hope that hearing from parents today helps council understand how serious of an issue this is. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you both for your testimony and sharing your story and being so vulnerable. I think we have one more person for this panel. Is that correct? Please state your name for the record and begin with your testimony.
Good morning, Council Thomas and Council Phillips and all the people here. My name is Marion Brown, Pastor Marion Brown. I'm the owner of JITV Arizona Gay Learning Center.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Yep, a little better into the mic because we couldn't hear you. When you put your head down and start reading, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
So we didn't hear what you're the owner of.
Oh, I'm the owner of JITB Junior Arizona Gay Child Care Center, which stands for Jesus in the Building. After Psalm 127, can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure. Today we have more than 100 children, about 40 staff members across 2 centers. Most recently, as a provider, we have noticed the increase of children requiring special needs services. Without an additional support from the city, Agdale has a specific requirement about exclusion policy, but we are not given support to handle certain behavior situation before it gets to the point of exclusion. PHL Pre-K tried to help with the problem by working with Elwyn, but students, teachers, and parents still face issues. When children require services, parents are referred to Elwyn. The overall experience has not been positive. Too often, parents are frustrated by the lack of communication from Elwyn, and centers face challenges with having to find a way to support with children, an additional need in the rest of the classroom based on the standard ratio requirement. Finally, there are little resources for providers to meet the need of their students and staff. I have to hire an additional staff beyond our budget to try to overcompensate for children who may need closer attention. We do not receive any additional resources for training staff or how to teach children with special needs from the city or from Agdale, so we must find our own source. We are also not given any support for the safety of the teachers in the classroom. The centers like ours work hard to provide quality supervision, but teachers are often deal with circumstances beyond their control, like behavior challenges with limited support. And as a nonprofit, we go through a lot, and I just have to spend more money behind what I receive as an income we receive from a subsidy, because if we need help, like for the children not to quit on us. A lot of my staff quit because they can't handle children with special needs, because they get thrown. One of my staff, as an example, a child threw a toy at her eyes and they had to rush her to the hospital. And we're not getting any help from company. If it's from Agdale, they send us to a PD registry, which is we have to pay for those trainings. And we don't have the budget to continue to pay and accommodate all those training for our staff.
Thank you. You good to go?
Yes.
Thank you. One or two questions. We have about 17 people signed up for public comment, and we want to make sure that everybody who's signed up for public comment get a chance to communicate their stuff on the record. In the earlier panel, we were talking a little bit about how this disproportionately impacts Black and brown people, and I was watching a lot of the faces, and some of those faces are now on this panel right now. Talk to me a little bit about what you heard as it relates to this issue impacting Black and brown young people more than any other demographic, and tell us not only what your opinion is, but what we should do about it. I would like you to go first, if that's okay. Thank you. Everybody doesn't have to answer the question. If you don't want to, you don't have to, but I would love to hear your thoughts first and foremost.
Yes, that's something that the research is extremely clear about. There are many studies, many of which are included in the report in your folder, that make extremely clear that this is not an exclusionary discipline problem that affects all children equally. We know that there is a primary effect on Black and brown children. We know that this is due to structural racism, implicit bias, and also chronic underfunding and lack of resources for programs that leads to this program. or leads to this problem.
That was actually similar to what was said. And so earlier when I talked about the different type of entities that organizations have, from your perspective, does the type of entity matter as it relates to the resources they're able to provide? So are nonprofit day child care providers able to raise money from different places and be eligible for grants that put them in a position where for-profits can't do that? Or, Councilman, you don't know what you're talking about?
Yeah, so first off, it's difficult to say because we rely on this national data that makes clear that this is primarily a problem for Black and brown children because there isn't city or state data that we can point to because there is no requirement to keep track or report any data on exclusionary discipline. So it's difficult to say exactly what is happening at what extent in which program. What we do have at ELC is parents who call our helpline. We know that that's not a representative sample because not every family is made aware of that resource, but the families that come to us are primarily Black and brown, and this is affecting their children. Many of their children have been excluded from multiple programs because the problem is never addressed. It's just moved down the line. But one thing that we do know is that programs that have more resources and support have resources and support that they can put toward this problem. So it's difficult to say exactly where it is happening, but it may be that the type of program can make a difference.
Yep. You want to do?
Also, I want to drive the point home. So when a child has a documented diagnosis in a preschool classroom, they do not get any additional funding regardless of program. If they're in a school district program, there's a little more resources available. But if they're in a child care program, they do...
Wait, time out. So, help me understand that.
Okay, so if a child gets a documented diagnosis, so they have an IEP
Yep.
or an IFSP,
Right.
they do not get additional funding to service those children. All you get is documentation, and the provider has to figure it out with the same amount of funding. So that's the biggest piece. So it can be they just need an additional teacher coming into their classroom, additional materials, but providers can't afford that because there's no additional money to really support that child.
And just to provide context, the reason that's why that's alarming to me, and I'm looking in the back and folks are nodding their head, they're confirming that's true. I'm a teacher myself, and so I think about when I work in a traditional school setting, a child is diagnosed with some type of disorder, IEP or whatever it is, the school gives more money per pupil to the point where as though folks get a little concerned that we overdiagnose our young people just for the revenue. So that is alarming and eye-opening to hear that a child can be diagnosed with a specific disorder and no more subsidies be provided to the providers who are responsible for educating that child. That's a homework assignment right there. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Phillips.
Chairman, thank you for that great question. I just want to follow up because it's clear that providers do not mind educating all children. The problem is, I was hoping the Education Law Center can help us with this, is how do you help them educate all children? Because it can be a challenge if their teachers are not certified or trained to work with those children, and then they are already underpaid, and then they're not getting the resources available, so it becomes a problem. So it's like, I just think that if you want this as an Education Law Center, you also have to help us figure out how to make sure that they have the resources to be great at their job. Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So first I would, set some frameworks. So the law is clear that children with extremely intensive behavioral needs who cannot thrive in an inclusive classroom should be in a classroom where they can make progress. The law does not require that children who cannot learn in an inclusive classroom should be in an inclusive classroom. The Head Start policy recognizes that, the law recognizes that, we recognize that. But what we do know is that for the vast majority of children, that's not the case. And the vast majority of children can be educated in an inclusive classroom alongside their peers, sometimes with simple supports. Sometimes those simple supports are not related to special education needs. It might be a child not using nice words, even if that might be in a developmentally appropriate process for being a 2-year-old, who does not have a disability. It might be that 4-year-old child I mentioned who had a dairy allergy, and the accommodation that we would be asking preschools to implement then is not feeding the child dairy, and we do not believe that's an appropriate basis for an expulsion for a preschooler, a kindergartner, or so forth. There certainly needs to be training and resources to help providers to manage these children who may have a disability or need a small amount of support to access that education. That might be flexible seating. It might be more breaks throughout the day. It might be adjusting circle time from the 45-minute time period that we often ask 2-year-olds to sit still for to something like 30 minutes, or incorporating movement into that. This can require training, and we think that there is a place for that training, for funding, for resources, but that doesn't undercut the law and the fact that these children can be educated in this program.
And that, I think that's what's probably needs to happen, because if there are 1,700 providers, I know Sean's still in the room, as well as the school district of Philadelphia.
Thank you for staying as well. We appreciate it.
Yes. I think what could happen is that if it's training around how to deal with children with special accommodations, that needs to happen during the summertime or weekends, whatever that may be, for those teachers to feel a lot more comfortable and supported, to know, hey, as part of your position, this comes with it, but we're providing you with this ample amount of resources that, right now it looks like all the providers have to make phone calls and look for these resources, as opposed to there being a central space where they know every year they could just go to this training to learn how to work with all children, right, in their needs. And I think that's where the school district and the city can help with, along with our partners in Education Law Center and the U as well, can help too.
Can I chime in on that as well? But
Yeah.
it's not just the trainings too, it's also coaching. And they need that targeted support. So sometimes we have these trainings, we check a box that we went, but what happens throughout the year? So we have to make sure it's very targeted, and we have to make sure the supports are spread out through the year. As you know, this industry, there's high turnover.
So the question is, who can lead that? Is it going to be you leading that with the school district, working with them? Is it going to be the Education Law Center? Someone has to lead that, so that those trainings can happen throughout the year, and that can happen so we could turn this resolution that we have for a hearing into something that could become decent. I don't hear any of the providers saying that they don't want to educate all the children. They just don't want the ability to not have they don't want to fail. Right. If they don't have the ability, it's hard there's some bigger centers that are here today, you'll hear from them, they have those abilities. Yep. Some of them don't. So that's the problem. So if you can work with Sean Perkins, as well as Christina from the from the school district. Please, make it actionable, because they need it. Our children need it. Don't just forget about it. Just let's do this. All right, that's all I had to say.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips.
I would like to add something.
Please, sure. Go ahead. Please, yes.
Okay. I know that for me, I'm very proactive when it comes to my child. And I would just like to add, because every little bit helps, if you can go on Google and you Google the free 40-hour training for RBT, that's the Registered Behavioral Technician, it is a free training that is on the website, and I believe the website name is autism, it's like the Autism Foundation, but if you just type in the free 40-hour RBT training, it will be at least one of the first several links that pops up. You go on there, you do your 40-hour training. It has a lot of good and useful information on that website. I am currently also doing that 40-hour training, so that way I can be able to better navigate these challenges with my son as well. Because even though, yes, us as parents, we do depend on the early childhood educational centers and the school district and, the beautiful people that decided to take this career path to become teachers, to educate, shape, and mold these young minds. I do believe that it starts at home first, And if you don't know what you don't know. However, once the information is out there, now you can be able to help yourself and help your child, and also to become a better advocate for your child as well. And that's the steps that I have taken. And again, like I said, if you don't know, you don't know. So I'm not, trying to be rude or mean or
that's
anything.
amazing.
But with me now putting that information out there, that free resource, free 40-hour RBT training, if you Google it, it will come up.
Have you heard of that one before as a provider?
No, sir, but I never heard that before.
I want to point that out, right? So if other providers, it could be useful, like there's things that people could be using. What are the best ones, right? These are the things that helps us solve problems, right? I would say, and it would be advantageous, but all of us are going to go ahead and lead this. Our job is to convene people to kind of like do the work that's important, because that's what we're trying to do here, help us solve the problems, because, there's 20,000 issues in the city. I wish we can lead them all, but yes, thank you.
So, and one, the problem, they have all these programs, Elwins and everything that they was mentioning today, but when we reach out to them, they don't help. That's one of the biggest problems the child care has. We don't receive the help immediately, and then by the time we receive the help, the child's ready to go to kindergarten. So now we have the child with PHL pre-K for 2 years. We've just been calling, trying to get help. Parents are frustrated, we are frustrated, and we're not receiving the help that the children need. And when they send a one-on-one, most of the time they are not qualified to deal with the behavior. So now the one-on-one sitting there, looking at us like, oh. And then the first thing they say, but they provide a one-on-one. But you provide a one-on-one with no experience. They just send there, oh, I'm not touching the child. I'm just here to note. There's still no help. And I'm a nonprofit. And on top of I hire a lot of staff just to help my teachers, because I have good qualified teachers who love their job. I don't want them to quit and just leave in all centers because of they don't have no support. So there, I would really love to, they just make it different. When they send a one-on-one, that they are qualified and they know, they study that child before they even come in the facility. Okay, I know how to work with this, and I know how to handle this baby.
And I would just like to respond to the last thing that you said. Solving this problem is going to take collaboration. It's going to take creativity, investment in providers, resources for families. But one thing that we have done in your policy memos is outline actionable steps that can be taken by the city. And I also agree that the city's role is partially to bring people together, and this is the first step of that, but the conversation has to continue. We believe that the city's commitment that exclusionary discipline is not appropriate in city programs is a good first start to getting everyone on the same page so that we can identify the resources that need to be distributed.
30 seconds. Give us either the easiest thing for the city to do right now, like the thing that's easiest for us to get done, or the thing that's most important for us to act on, based on your report.
The things that should be focused on are one clear rule across the city that Philadelphia programs do not allow exclusionary discipline for young children. Currently, there are many programs that apply to different programs down the hall, and some are basis for expulsion, some aren't. None of this can be accomplished with integrity without the funding and collaboration and investment to support the teachers to ensure that discrimination does not continue to happen for our 2-, 3-, and 4-year-old children.
There you go.
So one clear rule and investment.
There you go. Thank you. I want to say thank you to everybody on this panel for your presentation. I want to especially say thank you to the parents who made yourself vulnerable by telling us your story. We know it's extremely emotional and not necessarily easy, and so we appreciate you doing that, because if you don't do it, we won't know, and we have to hear these stories. I also want to take a moment to thank Ms. Brown, who is the mother of Faith. Faith, you want to stand up? Faith is one of the interns who helped set it up, our hearing today. And it's not just Faith. Can all 8 of the interns who have led the first, who are leading our hearings today stand up? All 8 interns, please stand up. These young people are both in high school and in college, and they've spent their entire summer putting together this hearing. So that's why when y'all say such and such called me from your office, I'm like, what? Who? I play too much. They've done a great job as it relates to today. They've helped put together the witness list. They've done all the research, and as you can see, we even have one of our amazing interns who's clerking today. And so when we're talking about investing in young people, clearly we're talking about kindergarten, we're about to transition to 8th grade, but even after they graduate from traditional K through 12 settings and transition into higher academia, you can see that it's still a priority for myself as well as other members of City Council. So you're seeing what my office has done, but I'm sitting next to two phenomenal council members whose offices do the exact same thing as it relates to making sure young people have the opportunity to serve, work, and lead when it comes to their city government. So can we give them a round of applause, please? And so with that being said, Madam Clerk, if you could, we could thank this panel and we could begin to move into public testimony. And this is how public comment is gonna work. Traditionally, we try to limit public comment to about 3 minutes. And so we're gonna try to stick with that today. Please try to limit your comment to 3 minutes. Remember, this is one of my interns, so don't force my intern to have to tell you to wrap it up, all right? We don't want to put her in that position. And so with that being said, and also please give us a little grace if someone messes up someone's name or their organization that they represent. I want to go ahead and apologize in advance for any error that might be made in that capacity. Madam Clerk.
Robin Riley, Ebony Begay, Zaina Cahill.
If you all can come on up, state your name for the record. We're going to try to do this and not time you, but if it feels like folks are getting a little too lengthy, we're going to have to add a timer because we want to make sure that everybody gets an opportunity for their voice to be heard.
Good afternoon, Education Chair Isaiah Thomas and members of the Education Committee. My name is Robin Riley and I'm a proud mother of 4 children and a resident of the 2nd Councilmanic District. Thank you for convening this important hearing on pre-K push-out. Education Chair Thomas, you may not remember this, but you knew my son when he was in the 3rd grade at Sankofa Freedom Academy. I want to begin by thanking you for the encouragement and the support you showed us during this time. It meant more to our family than you probably realized. I am here today because I want to share my son's story. I hope it illustrates why we need stronger connections between public health, early intervention, and early childhood education, so that children receive the timely, high-quality supports they need before they are pushed out of the learning environments. When my son was 3 years old, he was diagnosed with lead poisoning. He was already receiving early intervention services at that time, and I believed he was getting the help needed. What I didn't know, and what no one explained to me, was how lead poisoning can affect the child's developing brain. I wasn't told that lead exposure can impact the child's ability to regulate emotions, control impulses, pay attention, or manage behavior. I also wasn't connected to specialized services that could address those developmental and behavior impacts. Instead, the services we receive focus primarily on academic and cognitive milestones. My son could recite the ABCs, identify numbers, and learn quickly. His challenge was never his ability to learn. His challenge was that lead exposure affected his behavior. He was impulsive, energetic, and had difficulty staying seated. And sometimes he struggled to regulate his emotions. Looking back, I now understand the many of behaviors adults viewed as challenging were likely connected to the neurological effects of lead poisoning. When he entered pre-K, instead of asking, "What supports does this child need to succeed?" the response was that he was too difficult to manage. It became clear that my son wasn't being supported, he was being pushed out. That moment changed the trajectory of both of our lives.
When my son lost access to pre-K, he lost the consistent to learning environments and supports that he needed during one of the most important periods of his development. I lost the stability that allowed me to work and continue my education. I eventually lost my job, fell behind on rent, moved into my sister's, and had to put my classes at Community College of Philadelphia on hold. But the hardest part was watching the pattern repeat itself. My son was pushed out again in 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 6th grade before eventually being placed in a disciplinarian school. Today, my son is 21 years old. He works for Philadelphia Parks and Recreation. He is still the bright, hardworking young man I always knew he could be. And I couldn't be prouder of him, but I often wonder how different his educational journey could have been if our family had understood the developmental impacts of lead poisoning earlier. If we had been connected to specialized supports and if his teachers had been equipped with the resources to support him instead of excluding him. I respectfully urge City Council to strengthen coordination between lead poisoning response, early intervention, and the early childhood education. By investing in timely, high-quality early intervention services that address children's development and behavioral needs. Provide educators with the training, coaching, and behavioral health supports they need to support all children. And expand family navigation services so parents don't have to navigate these systems alone. My son's story taught me that pre-K push-out is rarely a single event. It is often the beginning of a pattern of exclusion that follows children throughout their educational journey. Every child deserves to be understood before they are excluded, supported before they are disciplined, and given every opportunity to thrive. Thank you for listening to my story and for your commitment to the Philadelphia children and families. Thank you.
Point of personal privilege. What's your son's name?
Ramir Martin.
No
Yes.
way.
You had
Thank
it for first, second, third, and at the Boys and Girls Club for basketball.
Yep, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for sharing
Thank
your
you.
story. Please state your name for the record, and you may, hold on, before you go. Madam Clerk, can you call the next 3 people so they can prepare, and then after the clerk calls the next 3 people so they know they're next. You can state your name for the record to begin with your testimony, and you can go immediately after.
Inella Ray, Jessica Evans, Kelly Brown.
My name is Ebony Baggett. Good afternoon, Council President and members of the Philadelphia City Council. My name is Ebony Baggett. I am the owner and CEO of Bright Minds, Bright Beginnings Early Learning Center. As a PHL pre-K provider serving children and families in the Huntington Parks community. I am also a doctoral candidate at Gwinnett Mercy University, where my research focuses on improving outcomes for young children and families. Today, I want to speak not only as an educator, but as someone who has witnessed firsthand what happens when we choose support over exclusion. At Bright Minds, Bright Beginnings, we serve children with a wide range of social and emotional behavior needs. Like many early childhood programs, we operate with limited funding, yet we made the decision to invest in our children. Instead of pushing them out, we saved ourselves. We hired a behavioral health specialist and therapeutic support staff to support directly alongside our educators, helping them to manage challenging behaviors, strengthening classroom practices, and ensuring children receive the support they need to remain successful and be included within the classrooms. Those investments have made a tremendous difference. Our educators feel more confident and supported. Our families know they have partners who will not give up on their children. Most importantly, our children are learning, growing, thriving because they are receiving the interventions they need rather than being excluded from early learning opportunities. PHL Pre-K has been a game changer to our program. Their investment has allowed us to strengthen our workforce, implement meaningful supports, create a culture where every child belongs. Because of this partnership, we have been able to reduce barriers, strengthen family engagement, and respond to children's needs with compassion instead of punishment. Preschool push-out is not simply a discipline issue, it is an equality issue. Every child deserves an opportunity to learn in an environment where they are understood, supported, and given every chance to succeed. I encourage the City Council to continue investing in the resources that help programs like mine and many others, and support children in classrooms, empower educators, and support families. Thank you for your continued commitment on Philadelphia's youngest learners and for allowing me to share my story.
I have just for clarity, you said you have a on-site behavior support team?
We have one site, we have one on-staff behavior health specialist on staff every day, and we have therapeutic support staff in the classroom. So in addition to our lead teacher, assistant teachers, there's a TSS in that classroom.
Wow, that's amazing. That's what I heard. I just wanted to. Great job. That's essential.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, next.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of City Council. My name is Zana Cahill, and I am the Early Childhood Education Policy Director at Children First. I'm a resident of Philadelphia's Council District 1, a former child care teacher, administrator, and coach, and I'm the parent of a 4-year-old child. I want to thank Councilman Thomas for convening a hearing on preschool push-out to explore solutions to mitigate this practice in Philadelphia. We know that access to quality early childhood education, or ECE, ensures that kids have a strong foundation for K-12 and beyond. Kids who have access to this service are more likely to graduate high school, attain well-paying jobs, and to pass these benefits on to their own children. But we also know that access to ECE is limited for some children and their families through practices that promote push-out, suspension and expulsion, and informal methods of exclusion of our city's youngest learners, even if the explicit data documenting these occurrences is not available. At the same time, we know that the ECE sector is experiencing dire challenges, limiting providers' ability to support all young learners to thrive. This includes limited financial resources and increasingly high costs in an already fragile sector, thereby inhibiting staff wages and the ability to recruit and retain qualified educators. The inability to consistently and equitably access professional development resources aimed at ongoing support of children's developmental and mental health needs, and a lack of cross-systems coordination and supports to ensure that children are referred, evaluated, and when qualified, able to receive the developmental and mental health services and supports necessary within appropriate timelines. These barriers undermine the effective inclusion of all children in ECE spaces. Exclusionary practices disrupt learning during children's most critical years of development. Preschool-aged children spend about 40% of the most significant time of brain development, ages 0 to 5, in ECE programming. As such, Philadelphia must explore strategies to support a move away from these practices and promote reforms that support the ECE workforce and families alike. This past fall, Children First released Supporting All Young Learners to Thrive, a report on 3 years of research with parents and providers on suspension and expulsion in early childhood education. It included recommendations like creating reporting and technical assistance protocols to document exclusionary disciplinary decisions and to support providers in family-inclusive planning that promotes effective reentry to ECE programming for our youngest learners. It also included a recommendation for funding allocated to child care providers to specifically offset the additional costs of effectively serving young children with disabilities and mental health needs, akin to the add-on payments that children with IEPs receive in the K-12 sector. It included a recommendation on coordinated cross-systems communication to more efficiently and effectively support families and providers with swift and timely access to both early intervention and mental health services. This would include an increase in funding for early childhood mental health consultants and family navigators across Philadelphia's ECE sector, regardless of funding stream. And finally, access to incentivized, ongoing, research-based professional development and coaching.
Testimony.
for all child care providers across the city, regardless of funding stream. Again, I applaud the council for prioritizing this issue for children, families, and ECE providers across Philadelphia, and I look forward to moving adequate supports forward to mitigate this practice in our city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. All three of you provided some very informative information. Thank you. Clerk, can you please call the next individuals for public comment? Call their name.
Anella Ray, Jessica Evans, Kelly Brown.
Right, thank you. He said a 15-minute call.
May I yield to the impacted parents to speak before me? They're right here.
Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so sorry. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Can you please state your name for the record and proceed with your testimony?
Sure. My name is Jess Evans. Good afternoon, Education Chair Isaiah Thomas, Vice Chair Anthony Phillips, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for convening this important hearing on pre-K push-out. I was born and raised in Port Richmond, am a proud resident of the 1st Councilmanic District, and am now raising my 5-year-old son here in Philadelphia. I'm here today because my family's experience shows why Philadelphia must strengthen access to timely, high-quality preschool early intervention services, better support early childhood educators, and ensure families have trusted navigation and advocacy supports. When these systems don't work together, children are too often excluded before they even have a chance to succeed. My son is bright, joyful, and full of curiosity. At 18 months old, he began receiving early intervention services through Philadelphia's Birth to 3 system, and those services made an incredible difference in his development. But when he transitioned into preschool early intervention, everything changed. We experienced delays, wait lists, inconsistent providers, and challenges accessing the services he was entitled to receive. Instead of focusing on helping my son grow during one of the most important stages of his development, I found myself fighting to navigate a system that just wasn't working for families. Then, as we searched for a pre-K program, I was told, before my son had even stepped into a classroom, that the program could not support his needs. As a parent, I had done everything I was supposed to do. I sought evaluations early, secured services, attended every meeting, and advocated for my son. Yet instead of finding a system ready to support him, we actually encountered barriers that limited his opportunity to learn alongside his peers. Our story isn't unique. It reveals a structural problem. When children can't access timely, high-quality preschool early intervention services and early learning programs don't have the supports they need to include all children, exclusion becomes predictable. And that exclusion doesn't end in pre-K. It follows children into kindergarten and beyond. I urge City Council to invest in timely, high-quality preschool early intervention services, strengthen professional development, coaching, and technical assistance for early childhood educators, and expand family navigation supports so parents don't have to navigate these systems alone. Every child deserves to be welcomed, supported, and given the opportunity to thrive. Thank you for listening to my family's story and for your commitment to Philadelphia's children and families.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I applaud the work that you did as a parent. Thank you. Please state your name for the record and proceed.
Hi, my name is Kelly Brown.
Hi. Proceed with your testimony, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kelly Brown. First, I want to give honor to God, who is first and foremost in my life. I want to say thank you to my colleagues at Children First for the invitation here today. And I also want to say thank you to the members of this council for your attention to this matter. My name is Kelly Brown. I am the Executive Director of Brilliant Philadelphia, which is a new nonprofit that exists within your council district. Councilmember Phillips, thank you for the warm welcome. I'm also here with my colleague, Jeff Jones, who is our inaugural Community Engagement Manager. I have a master's degree in clinical and counseling psychology from Chestnut Hill College. I have a bachelor's in early childhood education from Howard University in Washington, D.C. In my career since 2000, I've had the opportunity to serve Philadelphia's youngest children through my work as a preschool teacher, a Head Start administrator, a clinical therapist, and a grant maker. Today, I am here to represent a young man by the name of David Lyons. Y'all got to see him too? Don't worry, they'll see him. I just want you to take about 5 seconds to look at that picture of David, and please, in your mind or on your notepad, jot down the first word that comes to mind. This is a tale of two districts. At the age of 3 to 5, David lived in a two-parent household with a loving family. In pre-K, he exhibited behaviors in high-quality preschool settings that included eloping from the building. His parent would get a phone call that he was in the parking lot. He would hit his peers, his teachers, and tantrum. Despite his parents' efforts to provide direct support to seek additional support for David, he was suspended and expelled repeatedly. David moved into kindergarten at Dobson Elementary School, where he was suspended typically on a Monday, returned on a Wednesday, and suspended again on a Thursday. Thanks to Philadelphia Citizens for Children and Youth, at the time now Children First, the Child Watch Hotline gave David's parents the opportunity to have guidance to access to services. The parents needed access to Medicaid for behavioral health services to exist within his home setting and school setting. They were denied as middle-income families. David received a dedicated therapeutic support staff, behavioral support, and mobile therapists. His family even received an attorney pro bono, more than likely from the Education Law Center, that helped him to receive an IEP. David was suspended nearly 10 times with a goal of not returning to the academic setting and being excused to a room or a program where he would be considered learning disabled.
Please conclude your testimony.
What you see before you is David Kelly Lyons, my son, who is now on a full academic scholarship at Penn State main campus, where he is studying cybersecurity. David couldn't be with us today, so I brought the biggest picture I could. He right now is in Morristown, New Jersey, serving his internship, I can't even believe it, you said it, at Lockheed Martin. This is a picture of my son, who a year ago went to an event where he learned about this opportunity to just do an internship if he could. And now he happened to be standing in that picture in front of where he's serving today, where we hope he gets a return offer. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you're a proud mother, and thank you for being so resourceful for David during his time growing up. So appreciate it. He's going to do well. All right. Please state your name for the testimony and proceed.
Inella Ray. So good afternoon, Education Chair Thomas, Vice Chair Anthony Phillips, and also the other members of the Education Committee. My name is Inella Ray, and I serve as the Director of Parent Advocacy and Engagement at Children First. I would like to begin by thanking Education Chair Thomas for bringing this important yet often invisible issue into public view. For far too long, pre-K push-out has operated in the shadows. Families often don't realize their child has been suspended or expelled because it rarely comes in the form of a formal disciplinary action. Instead, they hear, "We can't meet your child's needs," or "They're having a difficult day, so you'll need to pick them up." These experiences often go unrecognized, unreported, making it difficult to activate the policies, supports, and intervention designed to prevent exclusion. From 2022 to 2025, I had the privilege of co-leading Supporting All Young Learners to Thrive alongside my colleague, Dr. Stephanie Blake. We partner with parents, caregivers, educators, providers, and community leaders to understand why push-out happens and what it would take to build an early learning system where every child has the opportunity to thrive. What emerged was a clear consensus. Pre-K push-out is not a result of a single child's behavior or a single educator's decision. It is a predictable outcome of fragmented systems that leave families without support, educators without resources that they deserve, and children without timely access to services they need. This means the solution cannot rest on educators alone. It requires system change. The good news, we have solutions. First, we must invest in sustainable family navigation and rapid response supports so families have somewhere to turn before challenges become crises. Both of these programs are currently grant funded and they need public dollars to be sustained and to be universal. Second, we must invest in early child workforce through coaching, infant, toddler, and childhood mental health, behavioral supports, and high-quality professional learning. Supporting educators is one of the most effective ways to support children. Finally, Philadelphia has the opportunity to build a truly coordinated system of care for young children and families. Children don't arrive at preschool with separate developmental, health, educational, and family needs. They arrive as whole children. Yet too often we ask families to navigate fragmented systems that were never designed to work together. Philadelphia has an opportunity to build something different, a coordinated care infrastructure that connects developmental screening, lead testing, infant and early childhood mental health, early intervention, family navigation, behavioral health, and high-quality early learning before unmet needs becomes barriers to learning, belonging, and thriving. Today's hearing gives us the opportunity to move from this invisible to impossible to ignore. The question before us is not whether we know enough to act. We do. The question is whether we are willing to move beyond managing the consequences of push-out and instead building an early childhood system intentionally designed to prevent it. Because every child deserves to enter a classroom knowing they belong, every family deserves a system that responds with support instead of exclusion, and every educator deserves the resources and partnerships to help every child thrive. I look forward to working on this with you all.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments on what investments need to be made, and thanks a lot for all of your testimony today.
Thank you.
All right.
Quick question before you go.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Dr. Nina Ahmed.
Very, very quick. First of all, thank you to all of you for your amazing stories. Please tell your son we are very excited for him. So you said from the beginning to now, there were a lot of impediments in spite of which you persevered. What were those things that worked? What happened exactly? Because if you're going to do a systems change, we need to know stories like this, what exactly worked.
Sure. Well, for starters, it took a village. I cannot say that there were formal supports that were set up in a way that were easy to navigate. But one thing that definitely did help is that he received a therapeutic support staff person who was skilled. The gentleman came on a regular basis. When David graduated from high school from North Penn School District, he was there at his graduation dinner to salute him. So that type of consistency is necessary.
So you mentioned North Penn, not here.
Yes, ma'am. That was the other solution.
That was
we
okay.
Before
you
he
answered
could be
my question.
Yep. Before he could be suspended a 10th time, I begged the principal at Dobson to allow me to take my son out of the district. When we moved to North Penn School District, he got exactly what he needed and graduated with honors.
So if Montgomery County can do it,
Philadelphia can do it.
Montgomery County right next door can do it.
Yes, ma'am.
We should be able to do it. So we need you all engaged, particularly, Children First. I have to thank all of you for always coming with the information, the data, all of it. So helpful because, we have a myriad of things in front of us. Getting this kind of navigation tools for us is really important. Yes, ma'am.
Can I tell you one more thing that worked? Unfortunately, my son was a kindergartner when he was 302'd from Dobson Elementary. He was escorted in a police car with his TSS where he was in placement inpatient at Fairmount Behavioral Health, the youngest on his unit at the age of 5. Unfortunately, we can say that that helped because it gave him access to a higher level of care.
So without having to 302 him, he should get that
Without
help.
the
Yes.
crisis, prior to the
That
crisis.
trauma has not left you.
Yes,
I am
ma'am.
sure. Thank you.
Thank
you
you.
so much for all your testimony.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and thank you all again. Clerk, can you please call the names of the next individuals ready to testify for public comment?
Lisa Brown, Tiffany Chavot, Margaret DeSanto.
Tiffany Chavot. Thank you so much for joining us today. Can you please state your name for the record and begin with your testimony? Anyone would like to go first?
Good morning. My name is Margaret DeSanto. I am a proud mother and grandmother and a longtime resident of Philadelphia Cobbs Creek neighborhood in the 3rd Councilman District, a committee person in the 3rd Ward and 6th Division, and a former educator who has worked across both the early childhood and K-12 systems. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to Education Chair Isaiah Thomas for his leadership in convening this hearing and for his commitment to advancing this important conversation. I am here today because I believe every young child deserves to be welcomed, supported, and given every opportunity to thrive in an early learning environment that is prepared to meet their individual needs, not excluded or pushed out during one of the most important periods of their development. As both an educator and a parent advocate, I've had the opportunity to see this issue from 2 perspectives. In the classroom, I saw children who were curious, capable, and eager to learn, but who also needed additional developmental, behavior, or emotional support. Too often, these needs were viewed through the lens of behavior instead of child development. I also saw dedicated educators doing everything they could with limited resources. They were expected to support children with increasingly complex needs, but often without access to coaching, behavior health supports, or the specialized training needed to respond effectively. That isn't fair to children, and it isn't fair to educators. That's why I don't believe pre-K push-out begins with children behavior. It begins when children needs outpace the supports available to the adults responsible for helping them succeed. My experience working in both pre-K and K-12 also showed me another important reality. The educators entrusted with our youngest learners are among the lowest paid professionals in education, despite carrying some of the greatest responsibility. They are expected to identify developmental concerns, build strong relationships with families, create nurturing learning environments, and prepare children for kindergarten, all while earning wages that make it difficult for the field to recruit, retain, and support a stable, experienced workforce. When we underinvest in early childhood educators, we underinvest in children. If we want to reduce pre-K push-out, we must address its root causes. That means investing in competitive compensation, ongoing professional development, and coaching classroom-based behavior and mental health supports, and the resources educators need to respond to children's developmental needs with confidence and compassion. The families you heard from today are not asking for special treatment. They're asking for a system that is prepared to support every child and every educator. When we invest in early childhood workforce, we strengthen classrooms. When we strengthen classrooms, more children remain engaged in learning. And when more children stay in learning environments where they are welcome and supported, all of Philadelphia benefits. Thank you for your time and your commitment to Philadelphia's children, families, and educators.
Thank you so much for that testimony. We are looking in different ways at the city, how we could support educators or resources, for funding for their teaching. So this is a topic that the state is supposed to be doing, but it's not happening. So we're going to try to do our best to. Thank you. Please state your name.
Thank you for convening city council members this very important topic. My name is Tiffany Chavou. I am the CEO at Somerset Academy, an early childhood program serving children and families, one of the programs fortunate enough to have fully pre-K and pre-K counts. I've been actively engaged in early childhood advocacy at both the city and state level, and really appreciate again this convening this hearing. We are all here in different capacities to talk about the one major issue. Providers are seeing more children enter early learning programs with developmental, behavioral, social, emotional, and sensory needs. National data continues to show an increase in the number of children identified as autistic, highlighting the need for stronger systems of support for children, families, and early learning providers. When children exhibit challenging behaviors, the conversation often focuses on whether providers are pushing children out. However, most providers, as we all hear, want to support every child, but lack the funding, staffing, behavioral health resources, training, and timely access to evaluations and services needed to do so successfully. Families, as you've heard, often face month-long waits for developmental and behavioral health services. Some specialized evaluations can take 6 to 15 months to access. During that time, children are still showing up to school every day. The expectations, however, are that providers have increased dramatically, have increased the expectations on providers, but sadly, the resources available to meet those expectations have not kept pace. Somerset, like one of the other providers who spoke earlier, experience has shown that when providers have access to behavioral specialists, one that which we have at Somerset, therapist partnerships, RBT training that we heard of that all of our staff must take at Somerset, staff training such as sensory supports and other whole child interventions, children are more likely to remain engaged and learning successfully to transition to kindergarten. We see how such services have positively impacted our unique learners. Parents have shared that their children were able to receive such services, accommodations, and encouragement they need rather than be suspended, expelled, or excluded. As a result, our unique learners have developed stronger communication skills, greater independence, improved self-regulation, and the confidence needed to succeed. If we want fewer children to be excluded from early learning programs, we must invest in the systems that keep children in classrooms. That includes increased funding for behavioral and mental health supports, faster access to evaluations and intervention services, workforce development, and resources that enable providers to create truly inclusive environments. Somerset has intentionally invested, like others, in supports that many providers simply cannot afford without additional funding. These investments include a behavioral specialist and other things mentioned. Inclusion is not simply about asking providers not to push children out. Inclusion requires investment. When providers have the support they need, children stay in classrooms, families stay connected, and communities grow stronger. Every child deserves that opportunity. Thank you so much for having this hearing.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for all you do. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Education Chair Isaiah Thomas and members of the Education Committee. My name is Lisa Brown, and I serve as the Director of Early Learning and Equity Advancement at First Up. For nearly 60 years, First Up has worked to create an equitable early childhood education system across the southeastern Pennsylvania region. Each year, we support approximately 9,000 early childhood professionals, and we reach more than 50,000 young children by investing in the educators, providers, and families who make high-quality early learning possible. I was also recently appointed to Pennsylvania State Advisory Council on Early Childhood Education and Care, where I look forward to working alongside colleagues from across the Commonwealth to strengthen our early childhood system. While that role gives me a statewide perspective, today I am here to talk about what we are seeing right here in our beloved city, Philadelphia. I come to this work not only as an early childhood leader, but also as the proud mother of 2 brilliant Black boys that I'm raising in Philadelphia, one of whom is in preschool and receives early intervention services. Like many families, I know firsthand what it feels like to wait more than a year for services that my child needs during one of the most critical periods of his development. That experience has deepened my understanding of what we hear from educators and the families that we serve every day. At First Up, we have the distinct pleasure of working directly alongside with early childhood educators, providers, systems partners, and families across our region. What we hear consistently is this: educators are deeply committed to the children in their care, but they're being asked to meet increasingly complex developmental, behavioral, and mental health needs without the coordinated supports they need to be successful. When a young child is suspended, expelled, or informally pushed out of an early learning program, it is rarely because an educator does not care or want that child to succeed. More often, it is a sign that the system surrounding the child, the family, and the educators have not responded early enough in order for us to give the children what they need to be successful. Just yesterday, an educator shared something with me that I have not been able to stop thinking about. She said, "Lisa, 3 of the 6 children in my classroom are currently waiting for early intervention services. I'm doing everything I can, but I don't know how much longer I can continue without the supports these children need." Her experience, unfortunately, is not unique, as we've heard here today. It reflects what we hear from educators across Philadelphia. The encouraging thing is that we also know what does work. At First Up, we have a body of work titled Positive Racial Identity Development, which reminds us that supporting children means that we need to support the adults that are around them, which means we must invest in helping educators and systems partners to understand how race, identity, culture, and belonging shape young children's experiences, and how we engage these Black and brown children that we've been talking about in our city. Please consider this First Up's invitation to be a support and a partner in this ecosystem. At First Up, our coaches partner with educators to strengthen social-emotional development, positive behavior supports, trauma-informed practice, and culturally responsive teaching. But we know that coaching alone is not enough. Educators
Please
are more
conclude your
successful
testimony.
when they're surrounded by a coordinated network of supports that includes early intervention, rapid response, mental health consultation, family navigation, and strong community partnerships. When those systems work together, educators are better equipped to meet children's needs. Families receive support before
Please conclude your
challenges become
testimony.
crises. Thank you so much for your time today.
Next, we will have Kimberly Nelson, Bridget Hicks, and Latrice Johnson.
Good afternoon, blessed afternoon. Thank you, City Council, for the invitation, for being here today to advocate for disabled children as well as early education. Good afternoon, Isaiah Thomas, Councilman. Okay. Say my name. My name is Kimberly Nelson, and I'm here to advocate for disabled children as well as early education. Good afternoon. This is my daughter, Kennedy Nelson. We have been in City Council for the last few years, advocating for accessibility inside of our schools, from education as well as having accessibility inside of the schools, the bathrooms and facilities. So I'm here this morning to inform you that I've been part of the executive order for Head Start program. My daughter was one of those children that was inside of their program for since she was 4 years old to 5, and I traveled the nation as an executive treasurer for the Head Start Policy Council from one part of the nation to the next, to help parents understand how important it is to have their children inside of Head Start. So understanding how you have to have the safety for the children as well as the education, and giving them a little bit more understanding how it would be a little bit better for them to have their children inside of school because they'll be nesting and learning from each other. But as an advocator, and for the last few years, I've been noticing more parents are having issues with their children being inside of pre-K or any type of early education where they have been having a lot of behavior issues and not getting the necessary needs and resources to help them. My personal experience is one of my nephews have been going through it for over a year. He's been getting suspended because of the resources that are not available for my sister to get the support she needs for her son. And being an advocate and finding ways to get the support is very challenging. So I'm asking City Council to support the bills that will help to create more funding and find more resources for children that are in early education. Again, my daughter is one of those children that now I'm going to be challenged even more because of the fact that the facilities are not prepared for her to go back to school because she's in a wheelchair, and she'll be in a wheelchair past the beginning state of the time for school to start in a few weeks. So now I'm going to be back down here to fight for facilities accessibility again because of the challenges that we are going through. And as a parent that has been living this life and traveling back and forth to try to get the necessary needs to support our children, we're asking for more assistance. We need more help. We need easy access to find resources, and I'm just asking for you guys to make that happen. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, what grade is your daughter going to?
I'm sorry?
Your grade is she going to?
My daughter is in the 9th grade. She's going into the 10th grade. She
grade.
attends Overbrook High School.
Okay, and you also have children in kindergarten?
I only have one child, and I have a nephew that's in kindergarten now.
Okay.
In Head Start and in kindergarten. And the one that's in kindergarten has been having behavior issues and he's been suspended multiple times because of that. So I've been advocating on his behalf.
Okay.
To find the resources that are necessary.
Okay, now I see. It's two separate things.
Two separate incidents, two separate cases, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're running a little short on time, so if we can try to keep it to 2 to 3 minutes, that would definitely help us. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Natrice Johnson, and I am the owner of and director of Candy's Kids Learning Academy. In the North Philadelphia and Kensington section, we have 2 high-quality child care centers in Philadelphia. We are a proud partner with PHL Pre-K, Pre-K Counts, and Early Head Start. I come today before you today not only as a child care provider, but also as a certified special ed education teacher, a STAR 4 provider, and a PhD candidate dissertation focusing on preventing strategies to reduce preschool suspension and expulsion among Black boys in early childhood education. So this is near and dear to my heart. I am writing to bring urgent attention to the growing challenging facing early childhood education and exclusive pre-K classrooms. I want to be clear, this is not to request to remove children from from settings or challenge the importance of inclusion. Every child deserves access to a safe, nurturing, and high-quality learning environment. However, successful inclusion requires the appropriate resources, staffing, and specialized supports in early childhood education. And educators like myself and others that are here today, we need help. The concern is not isolated to one classroom nor one program. National data demonstrates the preschool suspension and expulsion remain highly rated for our Black boys in preschool and also our Hispanic boys as well. Black boys and children are disproportionately rated and expelled and suspended nationally. Nationally, 18% of Black boys are enrolled in preschool, 38% are expelled, 33% are suspended every year. Over the past 2 years in my preschool classroom, I had 10 children in each class. 8 of them had special needs. In a preschool class, the ratio is 1 to 10. I was the only teacher in that classroom with 8 special needs children. Because of my moral consent and making sure that no child is left behind, no child is suspended, no child is expelled, I did not suspend nor expel none of these children. And in response to that, I was extremely stressed, I was extremely burnt out, and I was extremely not getting any help from anyone.
Ma'am, we need you to give us a brief synopsis, because you're over your 3 minutes.
Oh, I am, okay.
Over 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I'm just here today just to let you know that educators need help with these, with children with special needs. We don't want to expel them. We don't want to suspend them, but we need help, supports, so we can be able to maintain them in our classrooms.
Can you make sure that written testimony that you read gets over to our team over here so it can get added to the record? If there's anything that you didn't get to say, we'll make sure that it gets reviewed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Before our next witness testify, can you call up the last 4 witnesses, please, Madam Clerk?
Leslie Spina, Medina Rashid, Brad Wilson, Thomas Crane.
All those folks can come sit in the back, and as soon as your turn come up, you can jump right in. State your name for the record, ma'am. You may begin with your testimony. Speaking to the mic.
I'm sorry, Bridget Hicks.
We can't hear you.
My name's Bridget Hicks.
Can everyone hear her? All right, thank you.
Yeah?
Yep, good to go.
Okay. My name's Bridget Hicks. I'm an early childhood educator and a special instructor. I work with children, families, and early learning programs in Philadelphia. I am speaking today from a personal and professional experience and not on behalf of my employer. I'm also a grandmother of a 4-year-old who in his short life has already been expelled from 4 early learning centers. I want to make 2 central points today. First, families and early learning programs are both struggling. Programs are being asked to support children with increasingly complex developmental, behavioral, and emotional needs, yet they lack sufficient staffing, training, funding, behavioral consultation, and timely access to specialists. Families face long waits for evaluations and services, confusing systems, missed work, financial strain, and constant fear that another program will say it can no longer care for their child. My second point is that preschool expulsion can be traumatic for the child and reach the entire family. Each time my grandson was expelled, he lost familiar teachers, classmates, routines, and another place where he was supposed to feel safe and be accepted. At 4 years old, he could not understand staffing shortages, service delays, decisions being made by adults. What he experienced was rejection. Repeated rejection can affect a young child's ability to trust, form relationships, regulate emotions, and develop a sense of belonging. No 4-year-old should begin to believe that he is the problem. Families and educators should not be placed against one another. We should be supported as partners. I respectfully ask the city to invest in timely evaluations, intervention services, behavior consultation, appropriate staffing, trauma-informed professional development, and meaningful protection against formal and informal preschool push-out. Let us make this lesson one of acceptance, support, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Very much appreciated. We definitely have work to do, so thank you. The next witness to testify, if you can come on up, please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
My name's Leslie Spina. I'm here as a 32-year veteran of the early childhood environment. I'm a provider, but I'm also a member of the Voice of ECE, an advocacy group. Before I begin, I want you to look at this picture. I don't know if we can send that up there to you. This is a picture from a classroom. Before I tell you about preschool push-out, I want you to look and see what happens before the child ever leaves the classroom. This happened in a classroom, one of my classrooms. This is an early childhood classroom after one preschool child, overwhelmed by severe behavioral dysregulation, destroyed the room. During the incident, our teachers had only one option: remove the other 19 children from the classroom to keep them safe. This is not a rare event. This is happening in early childhood programs across Philadelphia every day. That day, that teacher left in tears, promptly left the field, never to return. We lost a great teacher. When people hear the term preschool push-out, they often imagine providers who are unwilling to support children with challenging behaviors. I understand why families feel that way. If I were a parent whose child had lost their child care placement, I would be devastated. But I want to ask you to consider something important. Preschool push-out is not the problem. Preschool push-out is a symptom of a much deeper problem. The deeper problem is a system that is failing children, families, and providers long before a child ever enters a learning classroom. Early childhood educators do not enter the profession because they want to turn children away. We dedicate our lives to helping children learn, grow, and succeed. Asking a family to leave the program is the most painful decision a provider makes. But we also have a responsibility to every other child in our care. We have a responsibility to the children experiencing significant behavioral challenges who deserve timely evaluations, appropriate interventions, and coordinated support. We also have a responsibility to the other 19 preschool children who deserve a safe, nurturing environment where they can learn. And we have a responsibility to the educators who walk into these classrooms every day determined to help children succeed. Across our city, talented, experienced teachers are leaving the profession at an alarming rate. This workforce crisis is driven by many factors, but one of the most significant is the growing intensity of children's unmet behavioral and developmental needs without corresponding supports. Master teachers tell us they are no longer able to teach to the high standards they have spent years developing because much of the day is spent managing crisis instead of engaging children in literacy, language development, science exploration, and social emotional learning. Classrooms are in survival mode all day, every day. A teacher is often assigned to support a single child in crisis while the other is left to care for the remaining 18 or 19 children. This is not what high-quality environments look like. Our teachers did not choose this profession to spend every day responding to emergency. They chose it because they wanted to inspire curiosity, nurture relationships, and build strong foundations that children need for lifelong success. Families face an incredibly difficult system to navigate. Providers face an equally difficult system. I should mention here that I should be really great at this, but I still can't manage it. 8 months is the typical amount of time it takes for a child to receive services, over 20% of the life of a 3-year-old. Providers spend hours working on this. Let's invest in earlier identification of developmental and behavioral concerns. We need faster access to evaluations and behavioral health services. We need stronger coordination in early intervention. And every child deserves to thrive in our programs. We are putting money in the system. We need to reevaluate how we put that money, where we put that money, and make sure that it's supporting children. So this classroom is not what we do every day.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Final public comment.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Isaiah Thomas and the members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am Medina Rashid. I'm the founder and head of school of Mecca Child Care, a Philadelphia early childhood education program and Philly pre-K provider. We are in the northwest area of the city, and we are a Star 4 program. We serve infants, toddlers, and preschool-aged children, including children with developmental delays and children who sometimes communicate their needs through challenging or reactive behaviors. We have 136 children enrolled, and that includes 70 preschool children. I want to begin by saying something very clearly. We believe children belong. At Mecca, we work hard to create an environment where children are not pushed out simply because their behavior is difficult or because they have developmental or behavioral needs that require additional support. We partner with families. We work with specialists. We know and look at what the child is communicating through their behavior. We make accommodations. We adjust our environment. We provide additional guidance to teachers and try to understand what is underneath the behavior rather than simply responding to the behavior itself. Philly Pre-K has invested in the family navigators and early childhood mental health consultants, and they have been helpful. We believe that inclusion is not just about allowing a child to remain enrolled. True inclusion means creating the conditions that would allow a child to participate, learn, develop, and feel like they belong. At Mecca, we have at least 20% or more of our children in each of our classrooms with special needs. We're doing it, but we are struggling. And that is where I believe we need to have an honest conversation. Inclusion requires resources. As an early childhood provider, safety is always our first concern. We have a responsibility to keep the child who is struggling safe, but we also have a responsibility to keep the other children and the adults in the learning environment safe. And we have another responsibility. Our teachers have to be able to teach. There are times when a child is experiencing significant reactive behaviors and classrooms do not have the appropriate support. A teacher may spend a large portion of the day managing one child's behavior instead of guiding the entire classroom, delivering lessons, supporting children's social, emotional development, or maintaining the learning environment. It's not fair to the child who needs the additional support, it's not fair to the other children, and it's not fair to the teacher. So when we talk about preschool suspension and expulsion, I would encourage us not to make this simply a conversation about whether providers should exclude children. We need to ask providers what they need to successfully include them. Families should not have to fight to get services. Teachers should not have to feel like they are failing a child because they don't have the resources to meet that child's need. And providers should not have to choose between maintaining a safe, productive classroom and keeping a child enrolled. We should be able to do both. At Mecca, we want to be the kind of program where a child with developmental delays or reactive behaviors can stay, grow, and thrive. But inclusion cannot rest solely on the goodwill, creativity, and determination of individual providers and teachers. I also want to recognize that families whose children have experienced suspension, expulsion, or informal exclusion, when a child is told directly or indirectly that they cannot remain in their learning environment, it can be devastating for the child and the family. We have to listen to those experiences and do better. We need a system where the expectation is not simply don't exclude the child. The expectation should be, here are the resources, the staffing, the expertise, and the support you need to include the child successfully.
Please conclude your testimony.
Thank you. That is the system I believe Philadelphia's children and families deserve, and I want to thank you again for allowing me to share our experience and perspective today.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I got you. All right, folks, we're behind as it relates to our schedule, but we want to move on to the next part of our hearing. So, Madam Clerk, just as a refresher, if you can read the hearing, the The resolution title for the next part of our hearing, that would be helpful.
Mr. Chair, that concludes this hearing resolution. We will now change clerks and have the new clerk read the second hearing resolution and proceed on this legislative matter.
All right, thank you. Second clerk.
Thank you, Chair Chalmers. Resolution 260647 states, authorizing the Committee on Education to hold meetings examining the accessibility and equity of algebra education curriculum at Philadelphia High School.
Read it again. Get a little closer to the mic.
Okay.
There you go.
Resolution 260647 states, authorizing the Committee on Education to hold hearings examining the accessibility and equity of algebra education curriculum at Philadelphia schools and the impact that has on accessibility to special admission high schools.
If we can call up the first panel, Mr. Clerk.
Yes. Dr. Brenda Elliott.
Good afternoon. Please state your name and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Elliott, and I serve as the Deputy Superintendent for Academic Services through the School District of Philadelphia. Good afternoon, Chair Thomas, members of the committees, and members of the public. My name is Dr. Brenda Elliott, and I serve as the Deputy Superintendent of Academics for the School District of Philadelphia, and I'm pleased to present the district's testimony, and will assure that any questions regarding additional information are followed up promptly. Superintendent Tony Watlington regrets that he's unable to attend today's hearing. The school district is committed to ensuring that all eligible 8th grade students have access to Algebra 1 by 2027-2028 school year. The School District of Philadelphia currently provides 2 primary pathways for eligible 8th grade students to access Algebra 1, a traditional school-based model and a cross-school learning model. During the 2025-26 school year, the district operated 125 schools serving 8th grade students. In the upcoming 2026-27 school year, that number will increase to 126 with the return of Memphis Street Academy. We continue to make meaningful progress toward our commitment that every eligible 8th grade student will have access to Algebra 1 by the 2027-28 school year. Last year, 65 schools, approximately 53% of our 8th grade schools, offered Algebra 1. This year, that number will increase to 75 schools, or 60%. By the following school year, we expect to provide access to every district operating school serving 8th grade students. Currently, 42 district schools offer Algebra 1 directly to eligible 8th grade students, and that is an increase from 40 schools last year. As staffing and school schedules continue to be finalized, the number may increase further before the school year begins. Students qualify for in-school Algebra 1 based on their 6th grade math PSSA performance. The district uses a rigorous compressed curriculum that integrates 8th grade mathematics standards with Algebra 1 standards, ensuring students receive instructions on nearly all 8th grade PSSA content while completing the full Algebra 1 curriculum before taking the Keystone's Algebra assessment. All participating students take the Keystone Algebra 1 algebra exam, and teachers receive specialized professional development to support implementation. For schools that are not yet able to offer an in-person algebra course, the district provides access through our cross-school learning model. This hybrid program provides in-person and virtual instruction with the same certified teacher throughout the week. The program has expanded steadily from serving just 3 schools in school year 22-23 to 25 schools last school year. This year, 8 additional schools will participate, bringing the total to 33 schools. Students are selected based on 8th grade math PSA results to ensure they are prepared for accelerated coursework. Supportive services assistants provide additional support during virtual instruction. The program was developed in partnership with the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers and is incorporated in the district's collective bargaining agreement. Most importantly, the cross-school learning model is producing strong academic outcomes. On the 2024-25 Keystone Algebra Assessment, nearly 80% of cross-school learning students scored proficient or advanced, significantly outperforming the district-wide average for algebra students. The school district will have full access to Algebra 1 for all eligible 8th grade students beginning in school year 27-28. The District Office of Teaching and Learning, the Cross-School Learning Team, the Office of Student Life and School Organization, and the Office of Research and Accountability are currently planning for Algebra 1 access at all schools not offering Algebra 1 access. In preparation for the 2028 school year, the district will do the following. And that plan is mapped out in detail here. It indicates steps that we'll take in the fall of 2026, and then in the spring where we will bring our teaching staff together to ensure that we have enough staff to provide Algebra 1 courses and access for all eligible students, and then in the summer finalizing that plan and then implementing it in fall of 2027. Questions have also been raised regarding admission requirements at the district's criteria-based schools. The school district currently operates 22 criteria-based schools, and only a Julia R. Masterman schools requires Algebra 1 for admission to the 9th grade, and that requirement has been in place for at least a decade. Importantly, 21 of the district's 22 criteria-based schools, including nationally recognized schools such as Central High School and the Academy at Palumbo, do not require Algebra 1 for admission. For context, the Charter School Office reports that 23 of the district's 68 charter schools serving 8th grade students offer Algebra 1 during the most recent school year. Because each charter school operates as an independent local education agency, LEA, curriculum and course offerings are determined by each individual charter school rather than by the school district. The school district remains committed to expanding equitable access to rigorous mathematics instruction. We have made significant progress increasing the number of schools offering Algebra 1 while continuing to scale successful models such as cross-school learning. Through careful planning over the coming year, we are confident we will meet our commitment to ensuring every eligible 8th grade student has access to Algebra 1 for the 2027-28 school year. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to take the committee's questions and ensure that any questions requiring additional information are followed up on promptly.
Thank you for your testimony. I have a question. You just piqued my interest when you said that the cross-school learning model actually did better than the district-wide algebra students.
Yes.
Could you explain or at least intimate why that is, and then why is that something we should have everywhere?
Well, one reason we think it is smaller class sizes. So the way that program is structured over the 25 schools that have access to it is that each teacher is assigned to 5 schools, but that teacher has a total class size If you think there's 250 kids over 25 schools with 5, they each have about 50 students. So one of the reasons we believe we are pushing faster outcomes is that there is only 50 students per teacher that they are managing across their entire course enrollment. So there's opportunities for more individualized instruction and support.
I have to tell you, your superintendent told us that smaller class sizes did not demonstrate better achievement, which I strenuously disagreed with him. And your own data is telling me that this kind of individualized attention due to small class size actually works. So make sure you share this with him, because it's contrary to what he told us about scaling our schools down, right? So that's number one. Number two is it seems to have some discrepancy in numbers of addition to the table you provided indicated that in the school year 2026 to 2027, we'll be operating a total of 75 schools offering algebra. Let me see your data, actually. 75 schools, yeah. And we have seen other data indicating only 46 schools offer algebra. So is that because you're rolling in the cross-learning in the 75 number?
Yes, that
Okay.
includes the 33 schools where we offer cross-school learning.
Going back to my original question, the small class size improved the outcome for the cross-learning. How is the cross-learning different from the classroom algebra in terms of the content? Just briefly, you don't have to go into details.
Sure, the content isn't different. It's still the Algebra 1 content. What is different is that in cross-school learning, we offer 2 models. One is a full virtual instruction. So the teacher is serving 5 schools. Those students are learning virtually from that teacher with special assistance in the classroom while those students are learning. So for instance, we have some schools that only have 5 students who are eligible based on their 6th grade PSSA, and so they are in a classroom with students in the other 5 schools learning virtually, but the content is the same. The second model is a hybrid model where the teacher over a 10-day period is in person at the school 5 days and then virtual for 5 days.
Do you see a difference between the two?
We have not seen a significant difference between those 2 models. And one other thing I may say that we're hearing anecdotally that is contributing to the higher outcomes is that for the cross-school model, it's really selective. So students who are performing advanced or proficient on the 6th grade PSSA. And in other schools, they open up the pool for more students to attend so that they,
like
have a
Algebra
hire.
1. Yeah.
So that's part of it as
you're
well.
more selective in who you have in the cross-school
Yes.
model versus the
Yes, ma'am.
Algebra 1 in the classroom.
Yes, ma'am.
The reason I ask this is because by 2028, you want everybody to be offering algebra. Is that going to be algebra in the Algebra 1 model or the cross-learning, which clearly seems to be more beneficial?
Sure. It'll be a combination of the 2. Currently, when we look at our data for the remaining 84 schools that don't have an in-person Algebra 1 teacher, there are only 2 schools that have more than 15 students that are eligible. Right, so we anticipate those schools that have a higher number of students, considering this being a section that a math teacher teaches at their school. But we have many schools that have 4 or less students that are eligible based on their 6th grade PSSA. And so those schools, it makes more sense for them to use cross-school learning where we're combining students from several schools to make a class.
One last question before I go to my colleagues is in terms of the equitable distribution of who actually qualifies, right? You're using PSSAs to say who could take algebra. That'll still continue to be the same case when you go to all schools offering algebra, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the question becomes who actually is eligible to get, who qualifies, meaning how do we improve that outcome? Because it seems in 2021-2022 school year, only 24% of Black students and 33% of Hispanic students attended schools with algebra compared to the 71% white students. So this is even before being qualified to take algebra. Why was there a discrepancy in how algebra was offered?
I'm not sure. I can get that information and come back to you, yes.
Because if we're really looking for equity, we have to know the reason why from the get-go, 71% of the schools had more access. And then came the layer of who actually qualified with their PSSA scores, which is a whole other issue of how do we make more children get a sufficient PSSA score, which is, you know, a whole ball of wax we have to address, because if we don't do it, then we're really truly not letting our children have a quality education at these schools, special admit schools, which changes their trajectory in life, right? So, I mean, I think every school should have that across the board, but I understand, you know, there's a lot of nuance in that space. So it is really important to know why that allocation was so disparate between the demographic description of these schools. And then we can go to understand, was that a policy decision? Was that based on some metric that we don't know? Because on the surface, it looks racially biased.
Sure.
That's just how it looks to us.
Okay, happy to do some research and get back to you on it. I will say the way that we have expanded cross-school learning has been schools that have had the greatest needs, students that are ready for the Algebra 1, those were the ones that we first provided the intervention. And so we only have, like I said, 2 schools now that have more than 15 students that qualify. The vast majority of those schools, in fact, 49 of the schools of the 51 that we have 4 or less students. So
we need to increase that number. We would want those
yes,
children.
Absolutely. Yes,
so basically, we should be giving algebra to everybody because everybody qualifies.
In 27-28, we'll be able to expand to every school that serves 8th graders.
But it'll still be based on the PSSA qualification. Even though you're offering it in every school, there's a test score that'll allow them to actually take that class. Right. So my, global point I want to make is we need all children to be eligible to take PSSA. I know that's a separate thing. It's about children being ready and scoring well enough on the PSSA. We need them all to be scoring well. So thank you for your testimony. Our chair is back. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleague. Chair recognizes Councilmember Brooks.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I have a few. I'm going to start off with the PSA thing. So PSSA, so absence of PSSA, you're not eligible for algebra?
Yes, typically in the 8th grade, students are taking 8th grade math. But we offer Algebra 1 as an advanced course in the 8th grade. So instead of taking regular 8th grade math, they go directly into Algebra 1, which is typically offered in the high schools.
Well, suppose parents that opt out of PSA testing, does that eliminate their children's ability to be able to go into Algebra 1? Because PSA is not the only determinant of a child's eligibility for anything.
Correct. That is our predetermination that we use for access to Algebra 1. But I can do some research and get back to you to see if there's another way we determine a student's eligibility, particularly if a student is coming to us and does not have a PSA score for 6th grade, like maybe they've come from another state. I can research and get back with you how we respond to that.
And then to that question, my next question is, what would it take to scale up Algebra 1 access citywide? And what supports exist for 5th and 6th graders to prepare students for Algebra 1? And are they equitably available? So this is back to the absence of PSA. Okay, you don't do well, people don't test well, for whatever reason you don't do well. What else is in play for students in 5th and 6th grade to be prepared for the testing to even possibly get them into Algebra 1 to prepare for college, especially with traditional neighborhood high schools? K to 8 into high school?
Sure. I want to make sure I'm answering the question that you're asking. So we are working really hard to increase the rigor of our math curriculum and instruction beginning in third grade on up. So 2 years ago, we started with the implementation of green-rated curriculum, standards-based curriculum. We have provided additional professional development and support. We have launched an Algebra 1 fellowship with the University of Pennsylvania, really focused on building math proficiency skills for our teachers. Part of that includes dedicated professional development in the summer. It also includes professional development once a month during the school year and coaching. So one of the things is really building up our teachers' proficiency. In K, as you can imagine, like in third grade and through sixth grade, the folks aren't just certified in math, like they have a general certification. And so we are doing additional professional development to really build up the skills of our educators so that they are able to really support our students in becoming very skilled in mathematics at the earlier grades. So for your first question about what are we doing in addition to support students. Another lever that we are offering for students that are scoring early in math in basic or below basic is to provide high impact tutoring in the classroom. So in their classroom, additional tutoring to fill those gaps so they start to get into the proficiency range, hopefully in the next grade level or definitely within the next 2 grade levels. So trying to use levers on both ends, building teachers' proficiencies, but also supporting students in building their gaps. Again, typically many states offer Algebra 1, that's the 9th grade math. We only have one criteria-based school that requires it for admission. But we want young people who are ready for advanced courses to have that access. And so cross-school learning is one of the mechanisms that we're using to do that.
Can you explain a little bit in detail what's this cross-school learning model?
Sure.
Is it a online version? I'm trying to figure out exactly what that is for.
Yeah, so we have actually dedicated teachers that they teach either we have a virtual model and then we have a hybrid model. So each of those teachers have 5 schools that they are assigned, currently 5 schools that they're assigned to, that they provide instruction to. Some of the schools, again, we have schools that may have only 2, 3, 4 students that are eligible and enrolled in the Algebra 1. In those cases, many of those students are accessing that instruction in the virtual model. And again, we're seeing above average performance for our students, whether it's the virtual model or the hybrid. For students that are accessing cross-school learning in the hybrid model, they see the teacher in person over a 2-week period, 5 days. So the first week, they would see, some schools see them Monday, Wednesday, Friday. The next week, they would see them Tuesday, Thursday, and then they have a separate rotation of schools. And so the teachers are, seeing the student part-time, in person, and then part-time virtually. So that is the model that we've used to be able to expand. That's allowed us to provide Algebra 1 access to 25 schools, only using 5 teachers. So 25 schools across the district for 5 teachers. We are adding 1 teacher to cross-school learning, and that's allowing us to go up to serve 33 schools. And so we're mapping that out. So next year that either by in-person teachers or cross-school learning, we're able to serve the remaining schools that don't have in-person teachers.
So is there a plan to scale that up with the closure of middle schools and schools are combining for the K to 8 model? Will that increase the number of educators that are available for such program if other children are prepared to enter this? Because we're doing this, some of the middle schools are closing, going into a larger.
Not some. We've been told that the school district wants to fade out the middle school model. So I think what the council member is asking is if we're deviating away from the middle school model in general and we're going more K through 8 and 6 through 12, will we see an improvement?
So I don't have the information to respond to that question, but happy to take that as homework assignment.
Before I let you, did you want to finish?
No, that's it. That was
So let me just provide some context. Dr. Watlington always attends these hearings. He reached out to me early to say that he was unavailable to attend. When Dr. Watlington isn't available, is normally the Deputy Superintendent Colonel Oz Hill who comes. And if you don't know, Colonel Oz Hill lost his father, and so it's pretty much out there. I just wanted to make sure that folks understood, and we've offered condolence to him. And so we do want to thank you for being here. We understand that your position and your role is very important in the district, and we know that there will be things that you kind of have to take back for a homework assignment, and we're not going to charge that to your head or your heart for today's conversation. So I apologize. I had to step out for a second, so I was unable to provide that context prior to the start of your hearing, but know that there may be other assignments, and I see Laurel back there as well too. Laurel, thank you for your work as well. There may be other homework assignments that we ask you to take based on other questions that we may ask, as well as things that may come from other panel experts. And so if I could just provide another point of clarity is, so my son is in 8th grade right now, and both of my sons are really mathematically gifted, right? My 8th grade son has never gotten anything below a 95 in math from kindergarten all the way through. My father's a math teacher. I was always good in numbers. I remember being in like the 24 citywide competition as a kid. And the craziest thing is that my 5-year-old, who will be 6, who's going into pre-K, which was relevant to the last hearing, he's actually better than all of us, right? Like that kid can do double-digit multiplication in his mind right now at 5. So he's super special. With that being said, as gifted as my sons are, and as influential as their father is, as it relates to public education in the city of Philadelphia, we were not eligible for my son to go to Masterman. And he wasn't eligible to go to Masterman because I never knew that there was requirements to get into special admission schools as it relates to courses. Now, of course, we knew there's an attendance requirement. Of course, you have to have a certain GPA and do a certain amount of community service, but this practice is discriminatory. And so what I would ask, and I know you can't make this decision right now, but what we've been advocating for as it relates to city council is anything that's in a special admissions policy that everyone can't have access to, let's just take it out until everyone gets access to it, right? Because if you look at where we are right now, the data would suggest that the people who have limited access to Algebra 1 in middle school are Black and brown children. And so when we look at what we did a couple years ago as it relates to changing the criteria for special admission schools, the target of that conversation was Masterman. I remember it vividly. And at the time, the superintendent was Dr. Height, and his biggest thing was we need to make Masterman more inclusive. Well, since we've changed the criteria as it relates to special admission schools, Masterman has not gotten more inclusive, right? So what appetite does the district have to revisit the special admissions criteria and have a criteria that gives all children access to all special admission schools? No child should not be able to apply to a special admission school because of a course that their current school didn't offer, right? And that's one part. And let me tell you the other part. I hate with a passion the process, right? So when my son goes to apply for a high school, he can only pick 5 schools. Now, we never wanted him to go to Masterman, but I was curious to see how, if he would get in or not. Now, once we picked Masterman and he was ineligible for Masterman, now I'm down to 4 schools. And here's the worst part about it. You have to rank the schools. So if I say my number 1 school for my son was Masterman, and that's off the list because he didn't take algebra in the 8th grade, my number 2 school for him, Central, all right? So I would have to reject Central's offer to find out if my child got into the other 3 schools. And if I pick schools that my child was never eligible to get accepted in, I just lost out because the school district only limits me to 5. I think the worst thing about the special admissions criteria outside of these prerequisites that some children don't get access to is the fact that you only get to pick 5 schools. And so I know you can't answer this right now, but I'm hoping that the school district has an appetite to revisit the special admissions criteria, first and foremost, to be able to say that if my school doesn't offer a course, it should not prevent me from applying to another school. That's the first thing, because it's not my fault. But the second thing, we have to move away from this idea of people only applying to 5 schools. It is killing the smaller special admission schools. The Lincoln-Alls, the Paul Robesons, the Parkway Northwest, it's killing them. I would bet if you did a survey, or if you go back and look, because everybody could only pick 5, I would bet that the 5 schools that people pick, I'll bet that they are overwhelmingly the same 5 schools. Central, Masterman, Girls High, Engineering and Science. I don't know what y'all think the 5th is. I don't know. But these are the ones that, maybe SLA. That's a good one. That's the one we picked. Those are the ones that are like the ones you hear about and see the most, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the Parkway Northwests, the Lincoln-Alls, and some of our other special admission schools, Bodine, it doesn't mean that they're not doing their job. And so I think for us, part of the reason why we wanted to have this conversation is because we're concerned about algebra and access to algebra, because it puts you on a trajectory to be extremely successful academically. But then the other side of the conversation is that we create these barriers that discriminate against young people who deserve to be in these special admission schools, but will never be able to walk foot in because of practices that we set up. And we set them up in the name of trying to get them in the schools, and the same people we try to get in the schools are the ones that's locked out. So I know you can't like give me a direct answer, but I do want to at least allow you an opportunity to respond to that.
Yes, I definitely will need to do some research to get you a very clear response to that. I think you brought up some really good points, and whenever we moved to a best single offer, the goal was to create a system in which students got into the school that they had the strongest desire to get into. But no system is perfect, and so, sometimes it does not result in those outcomes, and we're certainly willing to review the system and see, to provide some data around what those outcomes look like, and continue the conversation.
I think that when you listen to that focus, I think the problem is people don't know what school they want to go to. Right, so if that works if you know what school you want to go to. If my niece, who is an amazing performer, she belongs on someone's stage every day, all day. She may be in 6th grade? We know we want her to go to Kappa. We're 100% sure, right? So when you talk about a situation like hers, that objective makes sense. But when you talk about somebody like my son, right, that objective doesn't make sense because it's August and we're still on a fence and don't know what to do. And when you have these type of situations, the more options, the better. And what our system does is it limits the options for parents and children, and in turn, the people who are suffering the most are the ones who go to those special admission schools that's not the top branded ones, because now we're trying to close them. And that doesn't make any sense. With that being said, Mr. Clerk, can you please call the next panel? Thank you so much for being here. Thank you to representation for the school district. I know we'll continue today's robust conversation and hope that some of the things that the other panelists say gets taken back to the district as we continue to deliberate to provide the best service to our children. So thank you all. Next panel. Mr. Clerk.
Next up is Diana.
We can't hear you, Mr. Clerk. You guys speaking to the mic.
There we go. Hello? Okay. Diana Lavano and Symbol Lai.
Please state your name for the record and you may begin with your testimony.
Diana Leano. Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes.
It's been a long day.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Thomas and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Diana Leano. I am the Executive Director of the Philadelphia STEM Equity Collective, or PSEC. And today I'm presenting the collective statement on algebra access in Philadelphia public schools as a gateway to STEM opportunity and economic mobility. PSEC comes to this conversation as a partner and with a deep sense of possibility for the greater Philadelphia region. Our efforts at PSEC did not start with algebra. They began exploring a broader question about what prevents too many Philadelphians from accessing educational and workforce pathways that lead them to high opportunity STEM careers and economic mobility. Through conversations with cross-system stakeholders, we found that access to algebra continuously emerged as a critical inflection point. They identified algebra as a foundational gateway to advanced math, college readiness, and future career opportunities. Missing that gateway does not automatically close a student's future opportunities, but it makes the path harder to navigate. A student may hope to attend a particular high school, like your son, or take an AP course sequence, or pursue a STEM major, only to learn that a critical milestone could have been reached years earlier. By that point, the issue is no longer awareness, it's lost time, and that makes this an equity issue. While algebra is still at a national flashpoint, Philadelphia has made progress and has been trialing solutions to this barrier we just heard from the school district. I particularly want to share the story of 3 students at Nebinger Elementary. The story was published in 2023 in the Philadelphia Inquirer. Nebinger is a K-8 school in South Philadelphia that at the time did not offer algebra in the 8th grade. 3 students, Raheem Gardner, Jordan Simmons, and Kristen White, understood what that meant for their high school opportunities and future careers. So they brought the issue directly to the Board of Education with a clear message. Students should not have different futures available to them simply because they attend different schools. Their advocacy seemingly had good impact and poised the district to expand their Algebra 1 access through a shared resource pilot we just heard so much about. This shows that unequal access is real, but it's not inevitable. For PSEC, that is the lesson worth amplifying. Algebra can be a lever by which we can change the narrative from inequity to collective action. Students, families, educators, community partners, and institutions working together to expand opportunity. We also want to recognize that the School District of Philadelphia has made important investments, including new math curriculum, expanded tutoring efforts, accelerated tracks in the 6th and 7th grades, and work to strengthen educator capacity. We also heard about that in the prior testimony. And in 2026, reports indicate that students' math cores have reached their highest level in nearly a decade, while also acknowledging that work is still required to meet the math proficiency goal. These efforts are not only valuable, they can really help Philadelphia move from problem identification to sustained progress, because this work is complex. Expanding access to Algebra 1 cannot simply mean adding more seats, more students to a course without preparation and support. Research on large-scale 8th grade algebra expansion has shown that increasing enrollment without sufficient readiness and instructional support can perpetuate or even deepen uneven outcomes. So the goal must be access, yes, but also awareness, preparation, and success. That is where the broader ecosystem has an important role to play. And we have identified 3 opportunities that help build on the ongoing efforts. Firstly, we can support efforts to strengthen educator capacity and self-efficacy. Increasing Algebra 1 access and success depends on educators who are prepared and supported to teach. This includes Algebra 1 teachers, but also includes educators in earlier grades. Councilmember Ahmed, to your point, that help build students' foundational skills to ensure they succeed in later grades. PSEC can, of course, serve as a convener and connector, helping educators connect mathematics to STEM careers and supporting educators' community of practice regionally. Second, we can help shift the culture and messaging around mathematics. Too many students internalize the message that some people are math people and some others are not. We do not accept that. Numeracy is not a gift reserved for a select few. It is a foundational capability that can be developed, strengthened, and supported. Students and families need clear, accessible information about why strong math preparation matters, but they also need to see this communicated through people that look like them. PSEC can support math awareness and identity campaigns. Third, We can help expand meaningful math opportunities beyond the traditional classroom, and that includes all experiences outside the classroom and in the community that help students build confidence and skill before they reach a placement decision. Philadelphia's future competitiveness depends on developing talent capable of succeeding in an increasingly STEM-oriented economy. Not every student has to choose a STEM career, but the skills associated with algebraic thinking, including quantitative reasoning, problem solving, and analytical thinking, are increasingly valuable across all professions and industries. That's why we welcome this hearing and the leadership of this committee. We see this moment as an opportunity to build a broader coalition around math access, STEM opportunity, and economic mobility. Philadelphia students have talent. They have ambition. What they need is information, preparation, and support to open doors. P6 stands ready to work with this committee and the school district and partners across the city to make that possible. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You listened to some of my remarks earlier as it relates to the district and my concerns around not just algebra access. You also listened to some of Dr. Ahmad's and concerns around algebra access. Based on some of the things that we've communicated in our concerns, talk to us about your thoughts on some of the questions that we've asked, the response that we got from the district, and the direction that the city should be going in.
Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
So what I asked the district about, my concern was around 8th grade algebra. It was twofold. It was the academic side, as it specifically relates to young people getting on a trajectory to receive a quality education. That's one side, but then the other side is that it's a big pillar as it relates to the criteria to get admitted into certain special admission schools. And so what I asked for was, number one, maybe it was Councilmember Brooks or Dr. Ahmad, one of them talked about the fact that we're closing schools and moving away from the middle school model. Okay, and so since we're moving away from the middle school model, the question is will we have more access to algebra for young people or less? Then the other side of it, outside of the academic concerns, was special admission schools. And so the push on my end was for us to get rid of any requirement for special admission schools that all students don't have an opportunity to have an access to essentially complete. So we'd love to hear your thoughts on those issues, as well as other things that was discussed by the administration, by the school district.
Yeah, I think just to double down on the point I was trying to make, access needs to be matched with support. So I think the problem of access to algebra, and I think the intentions of the school district to ensure that all 8th graders have access to some form of algebra is something we should, be proud of. But it needs to also come alongside a lot of support, building the structures for students, but also helping educators be prepared. One of the biggest surprises out of the conversations we had was to really correlate a teacher's self-efficacy with student outcomes. We thought fixing the pathway for students meant focusing on students. But we heard from professionals and experts and SMEs in this matter that if a teacher does not identify as a math person themselves, they can hardly have an impact and pass this message along to their students. So supporting educators is a big piece of the component. Now, as it pertains to the enrollment for Masterman, I think Council Chair, your request makes sense to me. If algebra is not available for everybody, it should not be a requirement. Symbol, I'll pass it over to you.
Hi, my name is Symbol. I'm with Children First. I think to echo Deanna, your point, like if there is a support that's removed, that work has to go someplace. Right, and so it's really important that if we're trying to get everyone, all the students, access to algebra and to increase math access throughout the city, that if the school district is making any sort of big changes, that they examine the supports, they fill the gaps and make sure that it's a seamless transition. And in terms of the special enrollment, I think there should be consideration in terms of, until there is full access across the city around algebra, something has to be done to make sure that there's, that students are not falling behind because, or not losing out on more opportunities because the pipeline hasn't been built yet. So.
Chair recognizes Dr. Amat.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question, and I don't know if either of you can answer. Best practices in other counties in Pennsylvania with respect to algebra. Is this the same method everywhere else, or is this specific to Philadelphia School District?
Surrounding counties do not have admissions high schools as far as
Closer, yeah.
The admissions high schools issue is particular to Philadelphia, but surrounding counties have similar issues delivering or ensuring access to algebra to all 8th graders. So I think you'll see regionally there is a mixture of algebra being available in the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade.
Yeah, I just asked that because if you're looking for solutions, maybe somebody's figured this out somewhere else within Pennsylvania, and the state can.
So I understand that this hearing was called as a result of students being denied access to the city's top schools because they lacked the requisite algebra coursework. While this is one consequence, I want to encourage council members to think a little bit more broadly about this issue. In a city where medicine, pharmaceuticals, tech, and even our trades dominate, the fact that not all students are able to take algebra in their school hinders their ability to connect to good jobs, stable careers, and opportunities in their own local economy. Expanding algebra access is an equitable education issue. It's a workforce development issue. It's also an equitable economic development issue. So I want to direct council members to Children First Brief to highlight 2 points that we found in our early research around algebra access. So the first is algebra access is a citywide problem. So you'll see from our research that only 46 of the 180 schools, district and charter, offer algebra in the 7th and 8th grade, and only a third of 7th and 8th graders are enrolled. That by itself speaks to the citywide gap in algebra access. So you might have kids that are interested in algebra but can't take the course because their school doesn't offer it, or students who might be interested but don't think they're qualified. They're self-selecting out of this opportunity. When we look at the data, we see that the lack of citywide access impacted about 401 8th graders whose PSSA scores proved that they could have succeeded in algebra but didn't have the opportunity because the school simply didn't offer the course. And then we found another 1,100 students who scored basic on the PSSAs but can be ready with adequate support. So these are students that, with a little push, with a little, they are, this is part of the pipeline, right? They can succeed in algebra if we had adequate resources for them to access. So the point here that I want to make is that the lack of algebra access affects all Philly students. A second point I want to make is that the lack of citywide access to algebra disproportionately affects low-income Black and Brown students. We found that among 7th and 8th graders, Black and Latino students are less likely to have access to algebra, and only a third of students from low-income families attend a school that offers Algebra 1. So if you're more a visual person like myself, there is a map that we were able to make on the first page of the brief. So you can see what that, geographically, what algebra access looks like across Philadelphia. You'll see large gaps across Southwest Philly, West Philly, North Philly, Olney, Logan, I believe, in the lower Northeast. So city council members, I think you know this map well, because this is the same map that shows, lack of, deep poverty in Philadelphia, lack of access for other basic needs, affordable housing across Philadelphia. And so the point I want to make here is that, this is a matter of inequity across the city. And, if invested properly, this can be a way to break cycles of generational poverty. So on the second page of the brief, I want to point to some possible solutions that we can, look towards as we're digging deeper into, what to do about this problem. The main point that I want to make is that this is a fixable problem. And some of these policies that we've recommended are, one, working with the School District of Philadelphia to pass policies that ensure all students access to Algebra 1 by 8th grade. Today's testimony by the district says that they're working towards that for next year, and I encourage council to work closely with the district to make sure that they meet that goal. The second recommendation we have is to work with the school district to implement a universal screening for algebra access. This is because some students might self-select out, right? They might lack confidence in doing math. They might not think they're a math person, and so they might not go towards that path and stuff. And so something like a screening tool can kind of take, subjective measures out of it. It could also, you never know what's happening in a student's life in a school, right? They might just, they might not thrive in the environment or what have you and stuff. And so, having a screening measure that automatically enrolls or identifies students that are ready for Algebra 1 can make sure that all students have access to this opportunity. The third recommendation we have is working with the city and the district to expand supports in and out of math classrooms so that 8th graders can be more ready for algebra. And this includes, things like tutoring and algebra-focused OST programs. And I believe I have one more. No, those are our three. So, Councilmember Thomas, members of the Education Committee, thank you for convening this hearing on your and for your attention on the lack of algebra access across the city. Again, this problem comes up because students reported not being able to attend top-tier schools because they didn't meet the requirement. But this is only one missed opportunity of many others. Access to algebra can link students, especially low-income students and Black and brown students, to good schools, good jobs, and industries that are right here on their doorstep in Philadelphia. This problem has big implications, and most importantly, it can be fixed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair recognizes Dr. Ahmad.
Thank you both for your testimony. So I can see best practices elsewhere outside of Pennsylvania that is doing this. In order to have access to algebra, they have to pass the PSSA with a certain score, right? So the culture shift that we need around math itself, right, that you referred to, has to happen before that, right? And I'm just wondering if you have noticed any gender-based preference in our algebra classes or not. That's one. And two, what algebra should be everywhere, not just because they had a PSSA score. Well, everybody should be scoring well on PSSA in order to be getting this. So that's the goal, right? How do we do the culture shift around math in general that you mentioned? You have to be a math person or something. And I experienced that as a child, was told, oh, you have to be a certain kind of person to be able to do mental math or something like that. I'm a scientist with a PhD. I said, nope, I'm not listening to that. But math is still not my strong suit. I was imprinted very early on as a child about how I view myself and what my capabilities, because somebody else told me that. So I just wanted to know the culture shift that needs to happen, which is not necessarily, something we can legislate as such, but maybe there could be a paradigm shift in how our educators are approaching that. So this is a philosophical kind of question, but if we are going to have our children have access to the jobs of, the jobs that are available that pay a living wage, we need them to know how to do math, period, across the board. So if you could just give us some thoughts as to how would we have that culture shift, and the school district is the best place to do it because that's where children are 8 hours out of the day.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that first. I've been thinking about this as it pertains to algebra specifically, but thinking about it as well, and you asked about girls specifically, because it overlaps with the development of STEM identity, which includes math identity, right? The critical years for development of identity are in elementary school. In the years that we are telling our students they are or aren't good enough to be taking math or algebra in the 8th grade. And so I don't have the numbers in front of me for preference for algebra in the 8th grade, but I can tell you that after that elementary period is when we see decline in girls feeling like they identify as scientists or STEM people as much as we have a good question. I haven't seen a lot of data around this. Whether or not the narrative that we're imparting on our children in elementary has an impact on whether or not they are able to select algebra in the 8th grade because they believe in themselves as capable, and then they perform well in PSSAs, and then they go on to be selected for early or 8th grade algebra. So I think that the question is absolutely worth exploring. To develop STEM identity, just to wrap up this idea, you need 3 factors, 3 components. Performance, which is positive experiences, and they don't necessarily have to be successful experiences, they just have to be positive. You have to be able to abstract and learn something from it. The second factor is knowledge and competence. This is the personal belief that you have knowledge and that you can succeed in this field. And the third one is recognition. And I think for a lot of our students, that part is really lacking, especially I think there's some socioeconomic biases that would also underline this data about having good mentors outside of their families or inside of their families, but often it requires someone outside of your family to tell you that you are capable and to be able to develop that self-belief to pursue and persist.
Thank you. Symbol, do you have?
Yeah, so in regards to your question around the bias, I think that's where the universal screening tool comes in, because that takes some of the bias out of it. If you have, at that point in your life, if you are ready for Algebra 1, you can get screened for it and have the option of taking it. The other thing that I thought about was, I think this is, as a policy lever, I mean, this might be a really good place to invest in OST programming, right? Because I think even outside of like you need more supports and everything. Councilmember Thomas, you know this. You need more support that beyond the school classroom to cultivate to kind of get at culture shift, right? And the more OST programs that we have that can target, changing these kinds of, gender-based biases of like women in STEM or girls in math and stuff like that, right? Like that can really help. And I do believe that there are working models of this in Philadelphia. I know Elevate 215 has a really good pilot just to get at, to build up confidence of like 6th graders, middle schoolers in taking math, right? And so that they believe that they can do algebra, right? And so bolstering this kind of ecosystem that we already have existent with more funding and support from the city and more partnerships, I think can, target and change some of the culture. The last thing I would say is, it's a lot of our recommendations, these are early in development. Children First is really interested in this topic, so we'll have more recommendations coming out. But one of the things that we really identified as an office is that there probably needs to be a lot more attention towards like families and parents and how they consider, do they see themselves as a math family? Are they scared of numbers? And, how do you shift that, right? So that it's, something that is more a norm, like we're a family that do math, right? And not something that is really scary, because then that can, that can really impact whether or not a kid feels that they're math ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel for your testimony. We very much appreciate it. Is there anything else you would like to add? Anything you think we need to think about as it relates to this issue? Anything you want to put on the record?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to both of your organizations as well. We appreciate you as well as the work that your organizations do. So thank you. Mr. Clerk, can you please call up our final panel for today?
Up next is Carla Hill and Dr. Chad Womack.
Please state your name for the record, and you may begin with your testimony.
Yes, thank you, Carla Hill. Good morning, Chair and distinguished members of the Committee on Education. My name is Carla Hill. I come before you today as a long-term Philadelphia resident, a former parent of students in the School District of Philadelphia, and a retired municipal leader with 35 years of HR experience across the city, from portfolio manager in Central HR to Deputy Director for the Department of Planning and Development. Today, I serve as National Education Committee Chair for the National Association of Black Women in Construction, NABWIC, and co-founder of Chief Navigation Officer at GPS Career and Business Strategies. Throughout my 35 years in city leadership, I managed talent across diverse municipal portfolios, including public health, behavioral health, and fleet management. I loved working for the city of Philadelphia because virtually every occupation exists within our city government. But across those decades, I observed one consistent tragedy. 90% of career exits are not due to a lack of skill, but a lack of alignment. When we fail to align a student's foundational education with high-demand career pathways early on, we effectively lock them out before they even reach the starting line. As local community leaders and entrepreneurship partners like the Business Center point out, this is more than an educational challenge. It is a direct economic development issue, a workforce issue, and an equity issue. Right now, in the School District of Philadelphia, roughly 3/4 of K-8 schools do not offer 8th grade Algebra 1. This structural barrier directly impacts 76% of our Black 7th and 8th graders and 67% of our Hispanic students compared to just 29% of white students. When middle schoolers lack access to 8th grade algebra, we are actively eliminating career pathways for them before they even reach high school. And those statistics were from the Philadelphia School District website in terms of the access reports and their internal reports. We aren't just missing an opportunity, we are cutting off options. Algebra is not just a math class, it is the non-negotiable gateway. Every year, Philadelphia employers struggle to fill positions in skilled trades, advanced manufacturing, engineering, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, healthcare, and construction management. When our children are denied foundational mathematical reasoning in middle school, entire high-wage industries are instantly removed from their future. By the time these individuals reach young adulthood or seek mid-career transitions, the door to technical careers is already locked. When young people entering the workforce and adults looking to pivot arrive without foundational math skills, employers and training centers cannot focus on career advancement. They are forced to stall progress for basic remediation. We see this directly in the classroom data and worksite observations shared by vocational educators, like one of my partners, George Jenkins at Youth Build Philly, where young adults train to earn nationally recognized construction credentials. I have some quotes from Mr. Jenkins. Currently, students show up in my classroom understanding basic addition, subtraction, and multiplication. This is outstanding if we want to give them an opportunity on being average. As leaders, we all know if you're shooting for average, on average you will reach just levels below that. Mr. Jenkins's experience on the ground captures the core issue. When young people arrive at vocational training with only basic arithmetic, we have already limited their ceiling. But as Mr. Jenkins notes, by giving students a baseline of early STEM education, we allow a critical foundation of achievement so when they get to my high school classroom, I will be able to easily excite them about mathematics instead of running away from mathematics. They will lean into it. When I give a hands-on project and show them how to build a wheel, how great the wheel was to the development of mankind, you start to understand the power of that math. When you prime a young mind with excitement and a high level of knowledge, you are not only developing a young mind, you are developing a highly fluid thinker for the future to achieve the best they can be at any job they get, or business that they establish. This creates a strong-minded student who can critically think through problems and move forward economic development across all our communities. This perspective is reinforced across national industry leadership. Dr. Igosha Iganoba, National President of National Association of Black Women in Construction and a former teacher of business administration, entrepreneurship, and Microsoft Office applications, emphasizes how early education aligns directly with industry advancement, technical certifications, and business ownership. NABWIC's mission is to train and empower the next generation of Black women and underrepresented leaders in construction and technical trades. But that mission begins long before a student reaches a job site or starts a business. Having taught business administration, software certification, and entrepreneurship, I know that real-world success requires a solid foundation in computational thinking. Without early access to middle school math and STEM, our youth are systematically locked out of critical industry certifications, advanced trades, and business ownership long before they enter the workforce. According to the national workforce data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics and Pew Research Center, Black adults make up 11% of the total national workforce, but hold only 9% of STEM jobs, and a critical 5% of engineering and architecture roles. Hispanic workers comprise 17% of the overall workforce, yet account for just 8% of STEM professionals. We see this disparity play out directly in Philadelphia's economic landscape. Mathematics becomes meaningful when students see its direct connection to the real world, how algebra powers electrical systems, geometry guides architecture, statistics informs business decisions, and chemistry drives product development. Without early exposure to algebraic thinking, our students don't just fall behind, they are systematically disqualified from entering high-growth fields that provide family-sustaining wages, economic mobility, and generational wealth. As a workforce practitioner and national education chair who works daily both with young people starting out and adult workers seeking to pivot into better opportunities, I know that we cannot wait until an adult is facing economic instability to offer a solution. We must champion a multi-pronged economic approach that balances early youth development with support for adult career transitions. 1, building early entries. We must expand access to pre-algebra and algebra instruction starting in middle school and introduce curricular design to cultivate student learning based on their unique individual design. That means equipping middle school educators with the training and resources to teach algebra effectively and support struggling students. Pathways across high-demand sectors. We must strengthen partnerships between schools, parent organizations, vocational programs like Youth Build Philly, industry associations like NABWIC, and industry to build intentional pipelines into technical trades, construction, AI, and science fields, ensuring every young person leaves school with a written career blueprint. Intentional retraining and pivoting. For our adult Black and brown workforce who were denied these early pathways, we must provide specialized assessment tools, makerspaces, and targeted retraining resources to successfully pivot them into an existing municipal and private sector vacancies. If we want a thriving, equitable economy in Philadelphia, we must stop managing bad exits and start architecting good entries. Access to early mathematics and science education is an economic imperative to reduce poverty, increase workforce competitiveness, and create pathways to generational wealth. I urge this committee to treat middle school math access as a critical long-term workforce investment for the future of our city. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it. We appreciate your expert experience. Please state your name for the record and the historical context and the impact on Black and brown people, because it seems like that's been something folks are afraid to say, and your testimony directly speaks to that, so thank you. Please state your name for the record, sir. You may begin with your testimony.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Chad Womack, and I'm coming here representing iRise PHL as its founder and managing director. I'm a Philly native, and I'm a life scientist by training. Spent my whole entire life in science and technology. I'm going to deviate from the written testimony because I want to react to some of the things that have been said, which I think are all positive, but need to be accentuated and some other aspects of it brought out. iRise PHL is an early stage nonprofit that is serving as a backbone organization for community-based organizations, including neighborhood associations, CDCs, churches, mosques, temples, and so forth. We are decidedly focused on building the infrastructure and capacity for STEM inside of the community. I want to acknowledge some of my colleagues that have spoken and some that have not, that are in the audience. Dr. Idris Stovall, who's a co-founder and a PhD mathematician. Mr. Jonathan Lee, North Philly native, who's been working on STEM in North Philly and Philadelphia citywide for over 20 years. And I want to also acknowledge the fact that there's a lot of work that's going on around STEM, including mathematics education with other organizations, including Philadelphia Ed Fund, Philadelphia STEM Equity Collective, and others. The data and the statistics that people have discussed today, I won't repeat. I'll just add two. One statistic that is important, which is downstream from middle school or high school algebra access and performance, are STEM outcomes, post-secondary outcomes. Where do our children who graduate from high schools in the city of Philadelphia land? And we did this study in partnership and collaboration with the school district over 10 years ago. It needs to be repeated, but I can guarantee you that the results probably will not change all that much. Overall, the STEM yield for the city of Philadelphia is around 4 to 5%, meaning 4 to 5% of high school graduates from the city of Philadelphia go on to earn a bachelor's degree in 4 to 6 years, 4 to 5. For African Americans, that number drops down to 1% or less, which means that 99% do not. To my colleague to my left's point, this is an economic issue, something we call STEM mobility, science and tech-driven economic mobility. Without the core skills of STEM, our students and our young folks, our families and our communities are essentially locked out of the innovation and tech economy. As it was mentioned before, Philadelphia and the greater Philadelphia region is a major hub, now the third largest in this country for life sciences and the biopharmaceutical industry. Yet, we represent African Americans, that is less than 5% of the workforce, not in sales and marketing, but on the R&D side. We represent less than 2% of the biotech entrepreneurs who actually launch companies and hire people and build equity in this space. So when we think about what this is about, it is absolutely about algebra readiness, access, performance, but we broaden the frame a bit to include computational and design thinking, which I think has been mentioned before, but we also include the ability to apply those skills to solve real-world problems. That is the frame that iRise PHL is promulgating, and we call that computational readiness. So as we're discussing the much-needed topic of algebra readiness, all of the previous speakers have done a great job, so I won't repeat that. We are saying that that needs to be broadened a bit, and we also need to focus on building that infrastructure and capacity within our communities. To Dr. Nina Ahmad, Councilwoman Ahmad's point about how do we move this needle in our communities, our answer to that is rather straightforward. We need to actually go into our communities to build that infrastructure and capacity. I grew up in this city in East Mount Airy and Germantown. My mother grew up in North Philly. And I had an absolutely wonderful childhood that was surrounded by black teachers, most of whom graduated from Cheney, Lincoln, or Howard. I am a very proud graduate of Morehouse College and Morehouse School of Medicine. I'm bringing this up because one of the things that is missing in this conversation is the need for young black and brown kids to see themselves in their future. There's nothing but opportunity for us to connect the dots between our kids and our communities, STEM professionals who look like them, who sound like them, not exclusively, but certainly have an opportunity to showcase that there are STEM professionals, even mathematicians like Dr. Stovall, who look like them, so that they can decode the fact that they are capable of performing in math and algebra, calculus, and everything else in between. This is a particular point of our organization's mission. We are happy to say that we're working with stakeholders and organizations like the Philadelphia Ed Fund, like PSEC, to have Philadelphia's first STEM Festival and Expo next year, May 8th, 2027, where we intend to put on full display what Philly has to offer, which is quite a bit. We want every community, every child, every family to be able to access and see why this stuff is important. A lot of us throw numbers and statistics, and all of them may be correct, but we fail sometimes to showcase why it's important. That algebra, math, which is the language of STEM, means that you have the opportunity to have a wonderful career, that you have the opportunity not to just get jobs, but to create them too. So we are extraordinarily happy, Councilman Thomas, that you are having this hearing. We appreciate your leadership, the leadership of other city council members as well. We welcome the opportunity to join you in this discussion and our colleagues. We think this is a very, very important moment in Philadelphia's history to really reflect on how we can invest in our young folks and our families and our communities. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I think the perspective that you all offered as it relates to showing the relationship between algebra, because when we're thinking about it, we're thinking about special education schools and, you know, the trajectory for their academic career, the perspective you provided around post-academia and into the professional world, and why we see a lack of black people in certain spaces and in certain professions, that being tied back to the work that is being done in the middle school level, I think is alarming, but is enlightening to listen to your perspective and to know that we're on the right trajectory in having this conversation, but we have to figure out what do we do to make sure all of our young people get access. So thank you for being here, and thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, can you please call our next panel or set of witnesses to testify?
There's none at this time. Hold on, we have one. Priyana Reyes Corona? Yeah. Sorry if I pronounced your name wrong.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Priyanka Reyes-Cora, and I live in the 2nd District. I'm the K-12 Education Policy Director at Children First, so joining my colleague Symbol earlier.
Thank you to everybody. Thank you to everybody at Children's First. You guys, we appreciate your support throughout the course of this process, and we appreciate you staying for both hearings, and we appreciate all of your energy and your advocacy as it relates to our young people. So to the entire organization, thank you all. Go ahead, please proceed with your testimony.
And thank you so much for ensuring that Council directs attention to this important topic of algebra access. And for the members of Council who have been here throughout, thank you for your attention. I'm a former teacher myself, and I care deeply about algebra access for all students who are ready to take it. And as I was preparing for this hearing, I did a little bit of history research, and I learned that Philadelphia has a really deep history of working towards algebra access. And you're likely already aware of this, but I learned about a project called the Philadelphia Algebra Project that started many decades ago. This was a civil rights initiative.
I remember that. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, and a lot of the things they were working on are the same things we're working on today, which is good to hear, and also shows that...
You got a year for that?
What's that?
You got a year for that? The year?
It was the 1980s and 90s. 1989, I think, is when it started in Philly.
Ashley, you cheating back there? That sounds like some freedom schools. Okay, all right, go ahead. Proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, no worries. That project, you know, the spirit of it continues on as we continue working towards algebra and STEM access today. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, access to middle school algebra has been and continues to be taken for granted, and this is a big part of the equity issues. 20 years ago, I was a middle schooler in the suburbs at a well-funded school in Chester County, and I took pre-algebra in 6th grade, I took algebra in 7th grade, I didn't pass algebra in 7th grade, so I got to take it again in 8th grade, at which point it all clicked and it made sense for me. So I got to take algebra twice by 8th grade. 20 years later, and just 15 miles away here in Philly, there's hundreds of 7th and 8th graders who are ready for algebra, but they still can't take it because their school doesn't offer it. And as you know, Masterman requires algebra for admission. There are hundreds of our own middle schoolers who are locked out because of that. I want middle school access to algebra, high quality, equitable algebra learning to be taken for granted in Philadelphia, not just in the suburbs. Children First applauds the school district for sharing earlier today that they have a plan to ensure 8th grade algebra access, so that will soon be a reality. But making it available to all 8th graders is just one step. We also have to ensure that students have quality supports in their classrooms so that when they do enroll, they'll do well, and so that they have multiple chances to do well. I also wanted to highlight one of the things that the school district shared today, which is that they're switching the admissions criteria for algebra from the PSSAs to the STAR assessment. I think that was just a small point in their testimony, but that's a really big deal because the PSSAs, 6th grade PSSAs is a pretty high stakes test. You know, kids get nervous when they take that test. Not everyone does their very best on standardized tests, whereas the STAR assessment is an adaptive computer test that you can take it multiple times, and it's a much better way to ensure more kids get access. Okay. So what gives me hope is that there's change possible today. There's clearly citywide commitment to supporting that progress, and we at Children First will stay with this mission throughout. We want to see every 8th grader have access, and we want that access to be high quality for all middle schoolers much before 8th grade. Thanks again for your time, and we look forward to continuing working on this topic.
Thank you for your testimony, and again, thank you to the work of the organization, and we're hoping that you stay lockstepped in with this. This has been it's been a lot of information that we've collected today on both subjects, and we know we have a lot of work to do, but we also know we can't do it alone because we wouldn't even be having this conversation if it wasn't for the organizations letting us know that these problems exist and making sure that we do something about them. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Mr. Clerk.
We have no other panels or
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any other questions or comments from members of this committee? Seeing none. There being no further question or comments from members of the committee and no witnesses to testify, I will ask that if there is anyone else present in this hearing whose name we failed to call and that wishes to offer testimony on the resolutions being considered today. Hearing none, I want to say thank you to all the panelists, witnesses, for your participation today. We value your opinion. I also want to say thank you to all of my staff as well as my amazing interns. You guys stand up. Can we give y'all another round of applause? Great job leading today's hearing today. This is what intergenerational leadership looks like, and we love that in City Council. And this also concludes the business of the committee. We would like to thank you all for being here, and this hearing is called to an end. Thank you.